dots in the upper right, go to the Settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up. All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the Settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to EdTech Live. We're so glad that you're here hanging out with us this morning with this cold and kind of a rainy, it was raining a little bit earlier this morning. So it's really great to be able to be inside where it's nice and dry and warm and get some awesome PD in your PJs or, in your EdTech shirt or whatever you are, whatever you're doing, right? Drinking your coffee, hanging out, and being able to learn today. We have some really great sessions for you this morning. We've got Discovery Ed, we've got Adobe. I'm really excited about those, and we've got Canva is going to be here, and Hovercam is going to be here. So we've got a great lineup for you this morning. And not only do you get to learn all of that, but you get to learn and also get PD credit. So one of the things that we're going to do as we go throughout the sessions, and it could be very, very random. We will talk about it a little bit and then show a code. And it's really important for you to get that code because later on at the end of EdTech Live, you'll be able to input those codes into a Google form, and that's how you get credit. I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go throughout throughout the sessions today. But just remember, you need that code. We don't allow the code to be, we don't type it out in the YouTube chat. We don't, keep going. We don't repost it. So it's really important for you to make sure that you're paying attention and you grab that code. One of the great things about YouTube is we get to chat. And so if you are in YouTube, you have to be signed in with any of your credentials to be able to participate in the chat. And so that's always great because sometimes, the presenters will ask a question. There's a little bit of a delay, but they know that. And so you can always participate, or if you have a question, you can always do that. We have people that are in YouTube and also in Zoom that will be able to share that information with the presenter. And so, or if we need to come on live, we can also do that. Another thing about YouTube, and one of the benefits is there's closed captioning happening right now. And so if you need that, you're able to go ahead and turn that on. So if you know anyone who would need that, we definitely have that option here on EdTech Live. Another thing is it's video. So you can stop it and maybe like, okay, wait, what did they say? And you can rewind it just a little bit and then be able to play it again. If you click on live when you're watching the YouTube, that will get you back up to where the true live is, and that will catch you up. But you just might want to kind of, just watch it all the way through. You can watch EdTech Live all the way up to Sunday at midnight, and that's when you can get credit. If you wait after that, well, then you won't get credit. You'll be able to watch it and you'll learn and all that good stuff, but you won't get the PD credit. If you're watching from out of district, then you will get a certificate that you can submit to your professional learning department so that you can get hours in your district. For CFISD, we'll handle that all on the back end for you. We will go ahead and if you just do what we're asking you with the Google form and put everything in there, we'll upload it into our professional learning system and you'll get your credit there. So I think I've shared a lot. One of the other things that you can do is you can also split your screen. And so depending on how big your monitor is, you might want to think about that. But for instance, I've got a decent sized monitor right here. So I can use the Windows key and one of the arrows to lock my screen to the right or to the left, and then watch the YouTube video on the other side. And so I can kind of follow along if I want to do that. Again, it really depends on how big your screen is. If you're watching on a laptop or on a phone or on a tablet, it's going to be a little bit harder to do that. But one of the great things, again, is it's video. So you can always come back and watch it. And you're like, man, that was some really great stuff, especially, with the sessions that we have today. You can stop it and then you can go back and do whatever, the lesson is saying, and then come back and start it again. So we have a lot of good stuff. All right, so we are almost at the top of the hour. I want to let you know that there should be a break every hour between 50, like the 50 mark and then the top of the hour, so that you can go and get a break and you can go take your, get a drink, whatever you need to do, stretch your legs. But we'll have that break there and we'll play a commercial during that time. All right, I'm going to stop yapping because I've got a really great friend to CFISD, Andrea Arthur, on. She is going to be sharing with us Discovery Ed. And in the past, she's come on and she shared all the things of Discovery Ed. There are so many things in there that it blows you away. This time we were like, Andrea, come on and show us how to really make something. It's like that old-fashioned make and take like we used to do back in the day, but you're going to get to do that digitally, and she's going to be able to walk us through that. So Andrea, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am awesome. And yes, I am super glad to be inside the house and not outside the house today. It is definitely not pleasant out there. So this is a lot more way to start my Saturday.
Awesome. Awesome. Glad to hear that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. You have all the control. You're ready to go. And just, do you have any questions before we start?
No, but Todd, would you drop in for those that are out of district? So everybody that's in Sci-Fair, you're able to log in via the mycfisd.net. But those of you who are not inside the district, we do have a username for EdTech Live and a demo account that you're going to be able to use. So we want to make sure that everybody is able to kind of play with me this morning as we get started. So again, if you're in Sci-Fair, you're going to log in to the mycfisd.net. But those of you that may be out of district, please have fun using the EdTech Live username by going to that discoveryeducation.com and using the password of demo1234. And I'm going to keep this active through next week. So if you wanted to have an opportunity to play, you are more than welcome. All right. And then, so Todd, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I think I'm ready to take it away.
All right. It's all yours.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Are we good, Todd? Making sure I can y'all can see my screen.
I can see you. You're good.
Awesome. All right. This is part of like what we're going to do today is how to use the resources. So I just kind of wanted to start off with something fun this morning. These are some photos inside, excuse me, the Discovery platform that I wanted just to see if you saw this picture, threw it up at some kids, threw it up at you. What would you do as a hashtag? Pick number 1, number 2, or number 3 if you were to say this was a hashtag. Or you could even say this picture was the answer to a question. What would that question be? For example, number 3, I'd go, what's for dinner? You know, that would be probably my little comment on number 3. Anybody have something fun you want to throw out there? Throw it over into your chat. All right. Well, then let's go ahead and see, how do you make these things inside Discovery? So that's what we're going to kind of dive into now. All righty. I'm going to go back over to my home screen. So from my home screen, when you log in, where we're going to play is going to be up here over in favorites. We're going to be putting some things in favorites so that we can use them in creating. And then the other place that we're going to be going is we're going to be coming over here from your global navigation, and we're going to start with your My Content. Okay. So if you want to follow along and kind of do this with me, I want you guys to all go over and open up your My Content. And what we're going to do, the reason why we're going to the My Content, when you are creating, when you're trying to make something new, sometimes you need a place to like organize it, right? And to put it into a spot. So this is where we're going to be pulling these resources from either My Content or pulling them again into favorites. So like come into here and under your My Content, I want you to create a folder. Maybe you say that February 22nd, EdTech Live is going to be your folder. That would be a great thing to do. And once you create that folder, now this is when we are saving resources. It's going to kind of make a little bit more sense to you. All right. The other thing, just to note out, please stay away from the district content. School content means you can share it on campus. All righty. Now that we have a folder created, would you go back to your big D? As soon as you go over to that back D, you're back over here. You're onto your main page. And I want you to come to this hourglass and just hit it and take you over into a blank search. Okay. From our blank search, topic, like pick what you want to build and create with. Okay. For some reason, I'm feeling like an ecosystems this morning, so I chose ecosystems. Now, I know I'm going to be building something for my classroom, and I'm teaching ecosystems next week. So I put it into my search, and I've got all of this stuff, and we've talked about all the different things that are in here. So now I know that I'm specifically looking for a few things that I'm going to be using when I'm creating. So I want to make sure, like first, I want you guys to all click over into your images. And I want you to select a few that are the ones that you would want to use in your creation, okay? So I'm grabbing a couple, and I always like to go to the end. It just makes me happy. And I'm going to grab these ecosystem photos that I want, and I've taken these images and I've taken them over here and I've added them over to my favorites. Now, the next thing I wanted to look is I want you to please go over into audio. Grab some audio, okay? So you may have some sound effects. You may have some songs that I'm really interested, and I know that I'm going to want my kids to do this Stuff You Should Have Known podcast. So again, I've added to my favorites, but I don't want to just have it there because I may not use this in what I'm creating. On any of these, again, you can go through these three dots. And when you take it with those three dots, this is then where you can save it to my content. So that content folder that you made today, you can come over, you go to that folder that you created under my content, and then you're able to take it and you're able to add it to it. So that this may be something that you want to add again later, that maybe this is you want to create something independently with that activity, but you're not sure because we're doing some building. So you put it up here as well as in your favorites. Just to again see, we got our stuff showing up over there. All right, everything's working good. Okay. And then the next thing is that, I'm going to want some exciting videos that maybe I find an activity I want that I enjoy and want to change out a video. So I kind of go through some of these, and I'm going to want something that also has that Spanish ability. This one again, see, you can see that I'm going to have it in English or in Spanish. I'm going to grab the Spanish version. I'm going to put it over here. Again, you could add this to my content. Searching down for some other, oh, yes, that oceans, love it. So I'm going to go ahead, put it over there into my favorites. Okay, so you've now loaded yourself up with quite a few extra resources to use when you're creating. All right, feeling pretty good. So I'm going to come now into activities. And this is where not only I'm able to create, but overlooking in my activities, this is going to be what I'm able to create from what Discovery is already providing to you. So if there's already a great activity, I may just want to add to it. And so we're going to start that way at first. So ecosystems is my thing. You know what? Right off the bat, I was able to see this one ecosystems. Here's another that's ocean. I'm going, no, I think I want to go with the big one. All right, so go ahead and you could see where you can heart it. It's over there as well. I can go ahead again, take it, save it over to that content folder, which makes it pretty awesome. But instead, let me open it up. Open it up just to preview, see if I like it. Yeah, this is looking good. Okay, it's got some PDFs. It has my videos in it. I kind of go on down. I can see, okay, this already has some good teacher notes in here. So this is what I'm going to build from. And I think I just may want to add. I want to add to this and maybe make it my own. So would you please, if you would come back and make sure you guys have all grabbed like an activity. You see that it's a board, okay? Try and grab a board and make sure that you've opened it up. And once you've opened it up, I want you to click on those three dots right there over in your right-hand corner. Click on those three dots and do that copy and edit. Once you do that copy and edit, you now own it, right? Like this is now yours and it's going to say draft. So here's where we go to making this thing our own, to take a piece of all the resources that may be existing inside Discovery Experience, taking something from the platform, and now let's kind of personalize it. So up here inside that draft, I want you to, we're gonna change that heading because this is no longer going to be a copy. This is going to be mine, right? Like I own this, I'm ready to make it my own. Once you take it away, oops, And you can either, don't you love it when you accidentally hit the wrong thing? Okay, so I got it. It's ecosystems. I'm still in draft mode. That means, right, now I can edit. I can see this thing a little bit bigger. And first thing, guys, I'm not really doing well with this background. So we're going to do just some simple things before we even changing out the content. Come over here to this little painter's palette. Let's do a little customization. Okay, so with my ecosystems, let me see what they have down here. Not a whole lot of choices, right? Like we're going to keep it simple so that you're not getting obsessed with the artwork, more obsessed with the content. But with doing ecosystems, I'm kind of feeling more like a forest. So I'm going to apply this to all, and now everything that I do or build is going to be done inside this new look. If you wanted to change out your coloration, you can do it here as well. Okay, keeping it pretty simple. All right, now the next thing, let's go ahead and, I'm really not liking the way that they wrote this title. So did you see how I just clicked straight into this resource? Let me do it again. This is where you come into the editing. You can come in when you're in this draft mode and we can start editing anything. So take this title and decide you want to change it and you want to make it different. You just very simply can come over here and you just type in, and you can come up here, take your fonts. You can change the size. You don't like that it's in Marvin, you want to do a different one, there you go. Okay, and you're able just to come in and really just quickly change from up here the way it looks. These are you're used to dealing with your underline, etc. If I decide I don't like this alignment and I want it to be up or down, over to the side, here is where your alignment center is going to be right inside here. So it easily allows you to kind of take some of those things and personalize it. Now, down here, this is where you can decide if you're wanting to, let's add this background and I want to have it darker, or I want to change my letters. These are kind of the pieces people kind of forget that you can go and check this down below. If you're wanting to add a shape, right down here, want to make it a little bit personal. So I've added the shape, but notice it kind of changed things. So this is where you take it and you're able to, now we're going to have to, since I've made some changes, I needed to click in, I needed to bring it down in order to have that bubble come back out. And as I see the way it looks, I'm just not happy. I need to, there we go. Now that's what I was wanting. Now you can see this one has changed, right? Our personalization, you're able just to click over, and these are the things that you can just simply just grab them and then drag back and forth. You also can do that positioning, right? So I decide, because I switched it, let's move this to the back. You just do a simple right click, come down here, and you're able to grab that position. Oops. And Todd, we just all of a sudden had a problem. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, guys. Whoops, unstable internet. Guess it doesn't like the weather. So let me come back over. So when you're in again, take those positions and you just click onto them and then it'll apply. And this is the same thing for every aspect throughout one of these boards. So, all right, we've kind of just done a little quick thing as we're going through. And now let's just scroll and look what we have here. So we kind of go through some of these resources and we have the PDFs. All right, wow, this is a great video. However, I want to change it. I decide I don't like the video that is in here. So this is where you're really simply going to kind of come over here and you can click into this video. And then that's where you get to use these filters again. So when you click into it, notice that I don't want to edit. I'm not really working on animation, but what I want to do, notice as I'm letting you see the different little aspects I want to replace it. So remember how like when you were searching, you were adding to your favorites, adding to the My Content? This is where you can come in and you go to that replace button. And when you have that replace, you're able to either the search if you wanted to start over. But what we did is we went ahead and we did that work on the forefront. We went in and grabbed those videos that really were exciting to us that we knew we were gonna use. And I'm gonna want to grab from here, I want the Spanish version. So I come and I grab this video, and when I add it, it's now added into my actual platform, right? Like here's where we were able to take it and add it back into the into our studio board. Now, as I continue, I'm thinking that what I would really like to do is I want to add as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, I want the English version to accompany this. So I'm going to watch what I'm doing, come over to the select, and I am going to now search inside DE, and I'm going to put that same title. And let me grab the video. Oops, I am spelling wrong. There we go. Sorry about that. And when I do that search, I now am able to find where's my curiosity video. And this is now my English version. And I'm able to grab it. And then now it's going to show back up. So this is where you're able to keep on your personalization. And I'm able to say, I want both of these videos to be right here together. And so you can take it and do some nice switching. I didn't need this. So as I click it, I shrink it, and now I can take both of my videos and I'm able to pull them and have them side by side so that my students, because this happens to be my bilingual class, and I'm able to put them and I'm allowed to give my students their choice as to which video they're going to look at, which video they're going to view, and give them that opportunity. Anybody have any questions so far? How are we doing on being able to add our resources, being able to add some additional ones? Any questions going on? Are we following along pretty well?
I think we're following along really, really well, Andrea. I mean, people have responded and they like the activities that are already created for you and the fact that you can open and edit it. So, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Wow. Thanks, Todd, because that's what I was hoping for, is that we wanted to really make sure you realize you can make it your own, because I don't know about y'all, but when I'm teaching, I need to personalize. Now, that's where you can add it. Here is the other piece. So I decide that when you're personalizing, remember how we just clicked into that title? Now it comes back over here inside these questions, inside the text. If you're wanting to add to it, all you have to do again is just click in it, and you can start adding more questions. You can add more statements. You can delete it and make it again your own. Because we did this in Spanish, you can add something in here, as well as you can add your question in Spanish. You can tell kids, hey, what is the difference? Did you notice anything? You may be using resources for a bilingual class. Wouldn't it be also cool if in our secondary Spanish classes, they use them as well, kind of pulling it in. So this is where we find that so many people really get lost. You're good with once you start editing, but now comes the problem. I don't know how to add another page. I want more. Come up here to the top. Watch what I've done. Up here in this top bar, you see the page 1? Come down to that little arrow right here. Over here is where you can add a page. So if you click adding a page, you now kind of have that choice. And you can either start completely from blank, or you can come here and everything, again, as y'all saw, can be edited. I'm going to go, let's resource with our text document. Now, This again, people get lost. Come to that arrow, change it up. Here is where you have that base again. Get into here and decide what you want to. You already have that ability. We can choose our font, your size, and you can type what's coming in, what you're going to do, right? You have to come and do those same edits. Do I want this to have that bubble, or do I want to just keep it inside that block? You're going to have to do your design on your board. And then here is where you can add those questions inside this section. You can change your font, but let's start with adding back that resource. When you click on the plus sign, this is that same thing we did where you were adding on the previous page, changing out. We're going to go and grab some more of those. Inside that saved document, I decide this is where I want to insert my podcast. So when you click on it, add your selected, it's right here. Your podcast is now inside. And if you want to make it bigger, you want to make sure that they can see what it is, you have that ability to just grab from that corner and adjust. And then here is kind of like a level up little secret. If you don't want them to know what the podcast is, that's part of what you're going to be asking the question. And you're doing the unknown with the title, really to see if the kids are diving into it. Here's where you can come over here to edit. You can take out your title, your description, and your type. And now you simply have just the podcast. And when your kids click on it, you're now going to be able to have them listen. And with that, you're going to want to add some questions. So it's already set up for you to add because this was a text box. So here's where you just begin. Insert your questions, insert your to-do. And you could use some of even the thoughts of our SOS strategies. So tell me in 6 words what you learned. It could be, give me a summary, give me the highlights, but you're able now to insert those pages and then keep it going. But we're not done. We want to add more. Remember, you just come back up, add another page. And when you add that second page, if you were to go completely from scratch, that is where you would use then this plus sign over here, where you're going to add. So add a text document. If you're going to add your questions, here is where you just click on the text. And now you're able to do something completely different because you want to just add a question, or you just want to add an aha. Take your size. I want it to be super, super big. You have that ability, and then you can customize if you want to do a little bit of flavor with some color. And then the next thing that you may want to add again is you're going back to that favorites. You could also go to the content. Wait a minute, I don't like any of these. So not in my favorite from your content, or you decide that there's something you want to upload from your own device that's part of maybe a tech book, part of something that's in your curriculum document that y'all have been using. In addition, you can do that from your upload from your device, and that's going to continue and be here for you to be able to go to add that extra resource. Or always, you can again go back and search in the global straight from DE. For just purpose of where we are, I am going to take an image. And I have my image that is going to be added here. Now, I decide this image is really where I want my kids to go with something that's in my curriculum document. Watch what you can do with these. With your image, you can link them, and you could take those links straight to a URL, something in your curriculum document. But I also could take this link, and if I'm going to do it to the next page, if this was like a button in which I want to add, that's where you could even take it. And if they click on this, I'm going to take them back to the first page. That's where it's linked. Or I could have linked it to a URL. URL into Discovery for maybe another studio board or into your curriculum. Okay? All right. How are we doing so far? Everybody good? All right. Okay, please, if you have questions, throw them up there because Todd will holler at me if I need to make sure that I slow down or add something new. Okay. Now, this is where we've kind of seen where you can take everything, add it to something that's already created. When you're done, make sure that you save it. So you have your studio board that's saved, but right after you save it, you decide, oh my goodness, I need to fix it. If I want, that's where you go back over to those three dots and you can edit again. Okay, you'll have to click back over, edit, and now this will take you back into it where you can add something new, or you found a typo and you can correct it, back to save and exit. Then my question comes up with, where did these go? Where did I send all of my studio boards? So from your home page, so if you click back onto that wonderful D from your home page, if you click back over into your global navigation, you're going to see where it says Studio. When you click on Studio, it's now going to open up any studio boards that you've created. That's where it's now going to be housed. If it's 3 days from now, you were working on this during the summer, you're working, on the weekend and you want to bring it back up, you would just come back over here. And then this is where you're able to open up that studio. All right. So now you know where it's housed, how to fix it. But okay, we got a new thought process going on. We are going to go and we're going to do a new topic. So let's start searching something again because we want to create something completely different. I'm done with ecosystems. I'm moving on to a new topic. Come back over into your search bar. You do kind of the same thing and you search. There's a reason I'm doing neon, but I decided I want to do something with sharks, with nouns, with verbs. And as you're searching through, you don't really see necessarily an activity that is really like sparking your interest that you want that we've created, but instead you went straight in. So when you click on the resource and you look at it and it says video and you think, wow, this is great. And you decide that you're going to go from there and you're going to build an activity. And man, I don't want to do a video quiz. I want to do something more that's a studio. And all of a sudden you start thinking, let's not do it from scratch. I don't want to do it from scratch. I remember that there's something else I can do with studios. So I go back and I make sure that that resource is saved into my favorites. I've grabbed it to my favorites because I'm going to do something with it. And come back into your search, go back over to your studios, scroll back down. And when you're inside that studio again, let's go to Create New. And when you hit into your Create New, it's going to throw up these activity templates. Wow. Okay. So I've seen these when I'm using resources. I've seen in trainings when I use resources. These activity templates are already created, those SOS strategies. And I'm looking through and I'm wanting to grab something that's on summarizing. I want to grab something that's getting the kids maybe thinking and predicting. So you choose a template that you want to look at. I'm going to choose the one that I'm going to go ahead and choose Silence is Golden. And when I click into Silence is Golden, it gives me this fabulous template ready for me to look at. And I look at page 1 and I'm reading it. Okay, mute the sound, play the video, have the kids summarize without any sound on a video. Well, that sounds excellent. It already has them. Page 2, I put it into action. Now with the video, okay, this is the one I want to do. So when you go into and you're building that activity, It gives you directions so that you know how to build from these templates, even a video how to use it. Fantastic. All right, I'm good to go. And you're able to, just like you did on the templates that we had with an active studio board, now we're going to make this one our own. You do the same things as you did up there, as you did on the previous one. You start adding, you make your edits, and you come over, go ahead, do what you want to with your customizing, changing out your colors. Oof, can't do that this morning. There we go. Looking through, I decide I want to have, yeah, let's go with a clipboard effect. Okay, I am getting pretty excited about it. I like my color choice. Things are going well. In the resource, remember, I found that wonderful video I wanted. I had it from my favorites. And I'm going to come down. Where was it? I add it. Okay, it's now set. I can do this as whole group with my kids, like in front of the entire class. This is already set. It's already done for me. Or I can assign it to the kids. You can take this link, you can put it over into Schoology. You can put it, if you're in another district, using it with Canvas, or into your Google Classroom. When you're done building it, got to go to the second page. Oh, wait a minute, look, I didn't apply to all. Come back over, oops, come back over to your customize and apply to all. There you go. Apply this one to all. Now when I go to page 2, all right, now we're looking. Type in what you're wanting over there, and you come back in. You got to put that video back in. Didn't even have to think what I needed to add. It's already set. These are already built for you. You can go back, add your color. So now you have a resource that you've actually taken and used into one of our templates to now use with your class. What are y'all thinking? How do you like the pre-built, not only an activity that we have that you can add on your own, but how you can use a template with using one of those resources to quickly get your own into a strategy? Any thoughts? Okay, well then let's go with, I want to keep adding more. Remember how we did that carrot at the top? This is where then you can go ahead and you can also add another slide, because you were using this as an introduction into an activity that you're going to be starting. So you have your new slide. I did a right click. I can title it. Let me show you again. Back up here, I clicked in intro. I let you know that with clicking into that box, I could title it. And now I can do my new subject. And this could be my notes. I can come in here, again, add resources from my own device. I could add more content that existed that I'd already grabbed and saved, a PDF document, maybe some pictures that I was going to use. But now I'm able to use this as my entire lesson. Something exciting with an aha, phenomenal type of thought process and base, and then continuing on with my students into that lesson and adding additional things to them. Okay, and then again, here are your other slides. So also want to show you back up here onto that carrot. If this slide, sorry, back to number 3, I want to use the same thing over and again, you can duplicate it so that you're not recreating. But you would need to probably change out. Down here, go ahead, click into it, and change out what those next slides are going to be so that you have that done, ready to go. And back up to your save. this is now owned by you. And this fabulous activity template is going to be housed for you back inside that studio. Okay. If you will, let's go back over to the Big D, because these templates that we're showing you, I kind of would like to maybe know a little bit more about them and how to maybe choose one of those templates if I don't want to start from scratch. And that's where I'm going to have you do me a favor and type in SOS in your search. We've done this probably if you've been with us a few times, where we take you back into those SOS strategies. When you type in that SOS and you come over here into your instructional strategies channel, here's where you see all of the different skills that we use to use these resources. Here's where those videos are. You can click into them to get those graphic organizers. So for example, like the Silence is Golden 6-word story, when you're clicking into it and you look, this is going to be the same PDF document that you could use with your students that we have turned into that pre-made template in Studio. So your students would have this piece and you've already built it, naturally already done for you inside that Studio board. Okay? But I want to know a little bit more. So over here inside the support, when you click on that instructional support, you're going to find additional resources. Follow with me. Inside these additional resources, here is a grid. Inside this grid, and I know inside FAIR, this grid has been posted in a lot of different places for you to know where are you getting those strategies. So when you look inside the grid, click into the grid. When you look inside this Excel spreadsheet that has been given to you guys multiple times, for some reason there we go, is not posting for me. And we haven't, oops. All right, there we go. When you push inside this grid, this is where it's going to take you to what are the strategies. It's going to give you that description of what it is doing. Here's what's really exciting. Type of method that you're going to use with your students. Am I using a video, an audio? And then it continues over into here, what type of skills, what type of thinking skills. So if I was using that summary, or even your questioning, or then that phase, the phases of the McGrill. So what are you trying to do? Are you engaging? Are you trying to help the students just have practice? Whoops, Todd, we're having a problem. There we go. Sorry about that, my friends. So inside using that McGrill, that really is what you would probably want to maybe sometimes pay attention to when you're going into your studio boards, where you are trying to think right here, which one of these strategies do I want to use? That's kind of like your cheat sheet that will help you into this template, help you with this template into building. And with that, Todd, that really kind of takes them through with that saving the content, where to save it, and then how to do some creation.
Andrea, that's a lot of great stuff here. Somebody in the chat, well, they were saying like they love it. It seems really easy. Somebody, I think she's a kindergarten teacher, said now to use it with pre-K students, or she's a pre-K teacher. So I remember seeing a part of Discovery Ed where you could draw. I think that's in the quizzes. Is that not right? Could you incorporate that into the activity board?
So you're not going to be able to actually build the activity board with a quiz. You can't embed one of the quizzes into the activity board, but you can create a quiz. And if you want to give me the board back, I can show that really fast with how to go into the quiz with the draw and annotate, or that could be something that we work with maybe on another one of the EdTech Live, because it has such a kind of a robust piece. But what I can share with our pre-K teachers, there's a couple things that you really want to make sure that you know in pre-K And that is that when you're in the search, I need you to search and make sure that you're checking out Sesame Street Learning, because that is a pre-K dream, is that you're using that channel. And if you're on your own wanting to explore the quiz, it's right there on that, the dash underneath Studio, go to quiz. And when you're creating your new, it does where you can have the draw and it has the annotate. But we would need more than 4 minutes for me to kind of show that to you. But you know what else I could do, Todd? How about I just make like a real fast video that I send to you that y'all could put in your newsletter?
We can definitely do that. So that would be awesome. Hey, I wanted to say, you know, when a teacher does create something in Discovery Ed, does it go away every year when the year resets in the summertime?
No. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, so there's so many times that when you have a platform, it just wipes it, right? Like everything is gone. That is a nice thing, especially like when that's why we want you to really look at this, my content folders, make your content folder, label it. Once you have made that, it's like there for the life of you inside Discovery Experience. And you know what's even better than that, Todd? Sometimes a product goes away for a year and then comes back. Did you know, Todd, when it comes back, like if we had to disappear for 6 months and we came back to Sci-Fair, do you know those folders would still be there? Your teachers would still not lose them. We literally attach it to you with your district email address and your login. And so you can go back in, you can add more content to it, and then you can even take away. But you know, Todd, here's something else though that sometimes occurs. I made a resource and I forget to go back and search more. We're adding 100 to 300 resources a month. Please understand, discovery is never stagnant. You don't want to stop searching. You don't want to stop looking for more things to add folder or to even add. And that's the piece where you can always go back and add to those boards. Something new and better may show up next year than was there today.
That's great. And I can testify to that because I've been using Discovery Ed back since I started teaching many years ago. And so it's been around for a long time. It's gone through a name change, but we used it a lot back in the day when I was in the classroom. So what I was thinking though is a teacher might not do this for every single lesson. But let's say that there are some lessons that they decide to, okay, hey, these are important lessons. This is a big concept, a skill that I really want to get, with the students, make sure that I hammer home, make sure that maybe it's for review, all the different ideas that you have. And you make a studio on that, or you make an activity board and you do a couple a year. And if they save every single year, well, then you just keep adding to those. After 3 or 4 years, you have some really decent resources that are already packaged. And like you said, go back and see if there's something, a new fresh video or a new fresh activity that you can add. But you start to create this list of resources that you have that you can always pull from. And I think that's great, a great thing to think about. Think about it that way, because when you create digitally, it doesn't go away.
And that really makes it awesome. And don't forget, like, to see if there's something new, you can do the search when you're searching for new content. And that's what would even come up to the top, which kind of makes it a little bit fun when you're doing that search like the ecosystems, instead of it being most relevant, newest. And then it's going to throw out what we just create for you.
That's awesome. Good stuff. All right, Andrea, do you have anything else to cover, or are we good? I see the Discovery Educator Network up.
I want to go ahead and throw up our the Discovery Education Network, so that if anybody that is really gets excited, wants to be part of the den, that you have that opportunity that you can join and become a Den Star. And a Den Star means that you use Discovery Education. You see its value inside your classroom, and you want to have that opportunity to maybe talk with others that are also inside the Den that use it maybe in another district, maybe in Canada, or even down in South America where we have other Den Stars. But you're using this to really impact your students. And when you're needing inspiration, Den Stars help each other. It's also where we go for our inspiration. What do we need? What does Discovery need to do different or do better? That's when you're joining Den. It is it's a network of teachers, a network of educators, and it's a wonderful community that you may be interested in joining. Sci-Fair, actually in Region 4, has the largest amount of Den Stars that participate with us at Discovery Education and helping us make a difference.
So I know that I just tried it on my own phone, so I know that it'll scan from the screen there, or the website to join is dlc.com/denstar. Is that case sensitive there?
Yes,
Okay. So maybe
definitely case sensitive.
we can grab that and throw that up there into the YouTube chat. One more question, and while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and put up the code that everybody needs to get. So guys, make sure that you get this code. So I'm going to take over sharing, Andrea. So guys, this is the code that you need to go ahead and take that down, and make sure that you write that and you have that so that when you submit your credit here and just a little bit later on in the day, you can go ahead and get your credit. But Andrea, there was another question in the chat, and they asked, is there a channel? So you recommended Sesame Street for pre-K, but is there a channel for ESL?
There is a channel for ESL. Actually type in English language learners, and it is a complete channel just for ESL. And that's what really can make a difference for y'all, is that when you're thinking of something that you need, type it in the search, and you most likely are probably going to find that you can type in pre-K, and you're going to see those resources. You can type in Spanish, and you're going to see a plethora of resources. It's going to pull up everything for you that's in Spanish, and channel that are Spanish resources. English language learners, type it up, get the channel with all those resources for you. Your subject area, type in that channel, get those resources for you for that channel, for the science, for your English, for CTE. The same goes for you. Fine arts, PE, and health. We have a channel for each one of you that you're able to type in, kind of grab, and be able to have those starting places for creating and making the resources your own.
Awesome. All right. Well, Andrea, thank you so much for hanging out. I know somebody just said they created one of the first resources, and so I mean that's what we kind of wanted to do here is get in there and make something. It's not hard to do, and the more you do it, the easier it is. And like we said already, when you create something digitally, it is there for the long haul. And so we're really excited about all the good things that we're doing over here. All right. So Andrea, anything else that you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I do actually, Todd. I want to tell you to have fun. Have fun. Make learning fun for you and make it easy. Use these ready to use. Use those SOS templates to grab a resource and make it fun. Use that ABC or Silence is Golden. Those resources are there to engage you as well as to engage your students. Enjoy teaching and let us help you create that curiosity in the classroom.
That's awesome. So thanks for saying that, because I mean, now more than ever, we need to hear that, right? Have fun in the classroom. Andrea, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us today. We just greatly appreciate you and what the resource that you are for us here in CFISD and Discovery Ed. So we greatly appreciate you.
All right, thank y'all. Have a great Saturday. Have fun in your next sessions.
Yeah, we will. Thank you so much. All right, guys. One of the things that I wanted to share, well, first of all, it's really bothering me that my background is just not showing up right. Okay, so I'm going to try that and see if that's correct. It keeps flipping on me. All right, so we'll do that. One of the things that I wanted to share out really quickly is in our, let me grab this here because I had a screenshot. When you go to, we've kind of experienced this before. So when you do for credit, and if you're going to watch all, the sessions, great, but if you're going to only watch one and you're like, okay, I got something to do, or I'm here just for Discovery Ed, these are not like session 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is just a graphic of our Google form. They are not like 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you only watch one session, just put your code at that first session. If you only watch, if you're going to come back and watch another session later on, just do 2, right? Use like 1 and 2 space. You don't need to space it out because sometimes that causes a little bit of problems on the back end. So I just kind of wanted to share that, and I'll continue sharing that as well. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I'm going to play the commercial. Go take care of yourself. Get a drink of water, grab some coffee. We have Jeff up with Adobe and visual thinking routines, and like I am really excited about this one. Jeff is a good guy, and I know it's going to be really great. So I'm going to go ahead and end it there. Play the commercial, come back, but be back here right at 10 o'clock. If you're on Twitter or X, share us out, and then make sure that you tag us at CFISD EdTech Live. All right, here we go.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up. All you have to do is come to the 3 dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have 3 options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
All right, everyone, welcome back to another session. We are so excited to go into this next session with Adobe. Jeff is going to be sharing visible thinking routines. It's really important, right? When kids are not only learning and you're doing the work, right, and on sheets and paper and things like that, but they're able to show it, and they're able to visibly show it. And the thing with Adobe is they're able to do it in multiple different ways. And so we're really excited about that. So Jeffrey, we're so glad that you're here, man. Welcome to CFISD EdTech. Hey, Jeff, can you hear me? While Jeff is dealing with his sound, one of the things that you can do with Adobe, and the way that we get into Adobe here in CFISD, is we go into ClassLink. We go into my.cfisd.net. And if you don't see Adobe, because I think Adobe is in one of the folders, you can just go ahead and search at the very top, search Adobe, and you can go into Adobe Express. If you haven't been in Adobe Express in a while, They really have changed it up, and it looks, and the items that they have are so easy to use, and it's perfect for classroom. Jeff, are you good? Are you with me?
I hope so.
You're good. Yeah,
You
I
hear
hear
me all
you.
right?
All right. All right. Jeff, we're excited about this one. I'm excited about this one to see what you're going to share with us. Adobe is a great partner here in CFISD, and we know that we want more students in there and using it because we know the benefit of it. So I'm going to go ahead and stop yapping. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Do you have any questions before we get started?
I think we're good. I've put the link to the resource in the chat. I'm not sure if that goes out to all participants or if you could continue to share that with them.
Yep.
And I will
I
share
will
my
grab it and I'll put it in the YouTube chat for everybody.
perfect. So am I good to share my screen?
You're good.
All right, so they don't have to look at my face. All right, here we go. Good morning, everyone. So I'm very excited to be here with you all today. Hopefully all right in the world, Todd. We're seeing my crazy banner here created for visible thinking routines with Adobe Express.
It looks
Ideally,
great.
we are seeing this. My name, by the way, everyone, is Jeffrey Heil, and I'm an educator. I live and work in San Diego, California. I work for the San Diego County Office of Education. I work with a pretty amazing program. It's part of our juvenile court and community school programs, where I run an independent study program inside of I believe, the only K-12 school in the nation that serves only unhoused youth. I've been with them for darn near 30 years, and it's definitely both my passion and what I've been doing for a living. And I am an Adobe innovator. So I am actually friends with an Adobe innovator that works in your district. So I am ready to share with you some visible thinking routines. And I wanted to embed it in a lot of the work that my kids have done, some of my students. So what you're looking, just before we even begin, I want you to look at this crazy banner, and I want you to see all of the things that that you're looking at were both, they were either created with Adobe Express using the AI features inside of Adobe Express, or they were created by one of my students by the name of Bruno Perez using such tools. So as you look around, you will see, and what I want to do is basically I have created an activity for you to, if we don't have time today, that's great. I'll walk you through some of it, but I've given instructions on how to basically do one simple activity with teachers or with kids where they get to experience the three main features of the artificial intelligence that's built right inside of Adobe Express. It is based on, I'm wearing a t-shirt here that says Adobe Firefly. That is Adobe's generative AI tool, a standalone tool. And what we have is aspects of Firefly built inside of Adobe Express. And why, for me, it's important that we use Adobe Express with kids is because the version of Firefly that isn't Express for kids is filtered. So the kids cannot create, they'll be flagged for using inappropriate words. It will not create text to image from inappropriate words. So I know as teachers, sometimes we worry about how kids might be, using this sort of technology, but Adobe has done a really good job of safeguarding that for us. So for those that were wondering, and I know it was just recently turned on for Cypress Fairbanks. So we are very excited to go here. So I want you just to take a look at this for a minute. And there is a number of pieces of Bruno's original artwork. The two things you see on either side, I tried to create like this crazy mirror image. He and I collaborated on this today. So you'll see pieces he's drawn. If you look over the two mandala looking things with the creatures, he created these things from, he's using my iPad to use an Adobe tool where he is able to draw out his ideas, and then he can import them into Adobe Express. So he's loving every bit of it. So he created his name up there. If you can see on top of the moon, he created the background where he used text to image to imagine this futuristic city that had a moon in the center, and there was graffiti because he loves to do art. And he created the two characters that you see there that look like almost South Park characters on the bottom. He created the mandalas. He created the person in the far right-hand side, and there's some other pieces in there. So we used text effects inside of Express to add the space shuttle layer on top of the ISD of the Cypress Fairbanks you see there. We used text to image to create this anthropomorphized rocket reading a book. I went with since you're so close to Houston, I went with the theme of NASA there. So all of these things you see here were created with the Gen AI built inside of Adobe, or they were created from the mind of Bruno Perez. So to get started here, the link, I have pasted it in. The link is pasted right on top of the website here. I know Todd is sharing it, so it's just the bit.ly, CFISD, capital, case sensitive, inside of Express. And if you would all do me a huge favor, I know you probably have attendance to do here for Cypress Fairbanks, but if you could click on this Keep PD Free button here and just take a second to let Adobe know who's here. This allows them to keep the PD free. I am able to do a lot of live streams as well as live presentations for people. That is completely free to districts. And if you didn't know it, Adobe Express is completely free to districts. So this is something that is not only amazing, but it's obviously cost effective. It allows us and doing these PDs and having as many teachers show up as possible and showing Adobe that we can do that allows us to do that. I heard Todd talking to you earlier about getting you signed into Adobe Express. Now, you use ClassLink. Todd sent me a picture. So I want to make sure that as you go through ClassLink, if it pops up like this, and Todd, feel free to throw in if I'm saying this wrong. Todd sent me this screenshot and I embellished it a little bit, and you see two options there. You see the Cypress Fairbanks ISD without an avatar, or it's an avatar of Pac-Man, or it's an avatar of a pumpkin pie that Todd created that he took a bite out of. And then underneath that, there is a Cypress Fairbanks ISD with an avatar. So we use the one without the avatar, the one with the pie, or the one with the Pac-Man, however you need to remember that. But that is the one that we would click on. So using ClassLink, we use something called Clever in San Diego. Using ClassLink is the easiest way to get students here. And to me, it's the safest way. So when I do this with my kids, I always say, okay, kids, let's go to Clever, click on the Adobe Express symbol, and it's that multicolored A, the Adobe symbol, and it gets us in there. Before I start any project, I always walk around the room and make sure all my kids are logged in so that we can begin. And you'll also notice when we get into this, the interface for education is very specific to education. There's a lot of awesome things that we as teachers get that allow us to do that. So Todd, I think I'm going to reshare real quick just because I did not turn on share sound. So I'm going to share sound because I have a little video to play here and share it one more time. So I have a quick little 2-minute tour of Adobe Express. If you have not used it before, I'm going to just bring over my other screen here so you can see. This is the Adobe Express version for education. And I know that it is because it's this very colorful and inviting interface, which I don't get when I use Adobe Express with my professional account. You see each kid is greeted by name. So that's how we know when the kids are like, am I logged in? Or when I do training with teachers, how do I know I'm logged in? I'm like, are you being greeted by name? If the answer is yes, then you are inside the education version of Adobe Express. So this is the interface, and I'm going to have my friend Jesse from Adobe just give you a quick little walkthrough. And the reason I want to show you this is because this resource is yours. You'll be able to use this whenever you want. I created it very specifically just for Cypress Fairbanks. And so all of this stuff, please share with colleagues that weren't here. Reach out to me with questions if you have them. So without further ado, quick little tour of Adobe Express. All right.
This is Express Home. At the top is the playground that always has a new and fun creative activity. There are also 4 boxes on your right that show popular tasks. Just below the playground, you will find the Tasks row. You can view other categories such as class projects, events, and clubs. Clicking on a task will open up the editor and a variety of templates to pick from. Next, find the suggested Quick Actions menu. Click View All to see all of the quick actions. Here, you can convert to PDF, generate QR codes, and transcribe videos. Next up, we have subject-specific template collections that you can sort by grade level and more.
I love the templates.
Below, you will find our guided activities. Each of these activities has a video tutorial and step-by-step instructions to help you learn new skills and create fun and creative projects. Next, see a variety of ways to use our creative generative AI features directly from home. On the left is the toolbar. The plus button opens up a drop-down menu where you can select what you want to create. Below that is Your Stuff. This is where you can access all of your Express projects. You can organize them in folders and shareable projects.
Just like Google Drive.
Next is Classrooms.
Unlimited
This is where
storage.
teachers can set up classes, create assignments, and give feedback. If you don't see this,
new and it's
ask
awesome.
your administrator to enable Classrooms for your district.
So Todd, I'm not sure if it's enabled. But
Below
it's
that
an
is
amazing
Brands.
feature.
Here you can create brand kits to apply to your projects, including logos, colors, fonts, and design styles. Next up is Templates.
My favorite.
This is where you can explore our templates and search by student activities, subject, grade span, and outputs. Below that is the Learn tab.
And this is
where students and teachers can find video guides to help them learn how to create and be successful in Express. Finally, if you are an educator, you will find the Educator Resource tab. This tab is ever evolving to provide educators with resources to bring creativity to life inside a subject or class. That was your quick tour of Adobe Express for Education. Now it is time to start creating.
All right, so that was the quick tour of Adobe Express. The reason that I like to show that is because it covers everything, and more than that, that you have access to it. So in a very easy place where you can go in and you can share it with your peers or share it with your students if they have questions to go over it. As I scroll down here, so this webpage again is yours. It's yours to keep. I want you to see that if you look at my silly little avatar on the right, created with the AI, you also see the hello, my name is. I love taking pictures. This is something that Adobe created. Before they created the guided activities, they created these things called creative challenges. So where every month they created an activity with a full lesson plan built out, as well as video instructions on how to do something. And this one was on just using the simple text effects, which is adding AI texture on top of any font. I love taking pictures, so all I did was a very simple Polaroid picture overlay. So that's my name with Polaroid pictures overlay. And I left a link down here. When you see these red boxes, these are buttons to some goodness. So we're not going to do it today, obviously, but if you like the idea of introducing the text effects in a very, very simple way, this creative challenge is awesome. It could be done with elementary kids on up to high school kids, literally within a class period or less. So if you wanted to just experience it, you don't need to do it now, but it's sitting there for you. That takes you into the creative challenge. So it already has that hello, my name is name tag, and then it teaches us how to, and again, there's video support, how to change the text and add an AI textual layer on top of that. And if you needed to connect with me, I've got that QR code there. It has my email address, so feel free to ask and send me any questions that you have. Todd, feel free again for you to jump in if you have any questions or if there's anything that is specific to CFISD that I haven't mentioned. So as we get into the visible thinking routines, I wanted you to see that I create custom banners, and I often use AI as sort of a model to teach kids how to do this, because there is nothing better for me than getting kids so excited to generate these images inside of Adobe Express using the Firefly aspects. Now, you may ask, why are you so excited, Jeff? And the reason that I get so excited about this is it wasn't designed this way necessarily for education, but we cannot do, teachers, let me stress this, we cannot do this AI without writing. We cannot go forward without having conversations about writing. So imagine I told you that I could get a kid to write a paragraph for you and then rewrite it and then rewrite it and then rewrite it until it was something exactly as he wanted or she wanted, and it was descriptive. That's what we get with these Gen AIs, because in order to generate this fun imagery that you see here, you have to be able to write. And so we get to have these conversations about language, about descriptive writing, about word order, about all kinds of things. And the other thing is, if you're, I work in San Diego, I am 7 miles or less from the border. A lot of my students, their first language is Spanish, and the input languages can be varied. They're not specific to English. My kids that are just coming in as level ones, they can still use this and generate things as we scaffold their transition over to English. So just know that I get so excited about this because of the conversations that we get to have about language, and to watch kids revise and revise and revise. And then to make that bridge later when they're writing something else, I'm like, you wrote that prompt 20 times. You can write this paragraph twice or 3 times. So just thinking about those kind of things get me very, very excited. So this was my student, Bruno Perez. He's absolutely amazing. And we collaborate together a lot. And the guided act, now again, I'm giving you some more features of Express. I wanted to get all of it out here because it's sort of an intro here. These guided activities are amazing. So this was the idea of, I'm going to bring my screen over. Back over here. So the idea of the guided activity came from those creative challenges where it was, here is the lesson plan, here is the video support, now create. And that required, right, that we had to open up Express, and then we had to open up something through the lesson plan of that creative challenge. And teachers said, well, wouldn't it be great if we could have the video support and all of the other things that we wanted built right inside of Adobe Express? And, obviously teachers just, imagine the world, and it took Adobe probably just a little over a year to say, okay, I think we can do that. So as I'm looking at the interface here, if I were to scroll down, if you're playing along with me, and notice, I know I'm in education, not only because it's greeting me with this friendly interface, but it literally says in the upper left-hand corner, Adobe Express for Education. So as I scroll down here, you will see that there's, and again, this is the same interface that Jesse went over in that quick overview video, is different projects, events and clubs, drawings, and things we can do. For my elementary teachers, we don't have time today, but there is a drawing feature where kids could use AI to go text to coloring page. Imagine that. I want a T-Rex on a skateboard. Boom, I just type that in. And again, even the littles are going to have conversations about language. And then not only could I do some freehand drawing inside of the drawing tool, but I could also generate my own coloring pages. As the IS teacher, I often get kids, and we're a K-12 school, small little building. A kid may need a little timeout. They'll come into me. I sit them at a table, and if they're super young, I'll say, hey, what do you want to draw for a minute? What would you like to draw? And I will literally create a page of and their eyes widen. It's like, oh my gosh, what could you imagine? So that was a quick aside there. These quick actions, think about these as like mini little programs, the ability to like remove backgrounds from images, generate a QR code, convert to PDF. You can edit PDFs because Adobe Express is, of course, Adobe, and many of us have only Acrobat Reader. I can open up a PDF inside of Adobe Express if I don't have Acrobat Pro, and I can edit it, assuming it's a PDF. So there's all kinds of awesome things that we can do with these quick actions. They are interfaced right inside of Adobe Express, and often they start to get enveloped into Adobe Express, as you will see with animate characters in a second here. All kinds of templates, but here we go, the guided activities. This is what I want to talk about. So we have 24 of these things as it stands right now, and growing. So this is the idea of the latest one that we saw is imagine the future you. So you'll see that there is a guided activity here, and then you see there's a link. So these are only available inside of Adobe Express for Education. But if I needed to bring it into, if you were using a secondary like Google Classroom or something else and you wanted to bring it in, I could just grab the link, and then I could paste that into a Google Classroom assignment, or if I were using Canvas or something like that, I can grab the link that way. But I just want to show you very simply, I'll click on this one here, Imagine Your Future. When I click on it, you're going to see that it opens up an Adobe Express file ready to edit. So a lot of these things, we can create our own templates. It's the easiest thing to do. We could create one of these. I could use this template, or if I wanted to create one that was me as the sample, I could do that. And then I could save it so that my students could remix it. The opportunities and options are incredibly endless. It's super fun. But here's what I want you to see. So embedded inside of this image, and if you are following along at home with me, I feel free to open up one of these guided activities. It doesn't matter which one, because I want you to see that we have the full template with all of the different layers. you click on one of these things, it'll highlight whatever it is that I'm editing right there, the image. But on the far right-hand side, I have this video. So listen just for a second.
In this project, you will use generative AI to imagine a future goal, accomplishment, or career. Your future is looking bright.
So I have a built-in video tutorial on how to do this lesson. Now, I'm going to tell you why, as a teacher, I absolutely love this. And for my elementary teachers, I think you're going to feel me on this, is that I love starting with these guided activities. Let's say that this is, they're building their future as an astronaut, right? Here's what I love about a lot of these guided activities. When we're teaching tech to kids, and that kids, I would say K through graduate school, because everybody feels like a kid if they're new to tech. When I'm teaching tech to kids, I really like to demo it with something where they're the subject. So I don't have to think about what content area that I have to have mastered in my brain, and it's starting to jumble my brain before I get into the tech part. When we can create, and you see this a lot with these guided activities, where the kid is the subject. So when it, all about me, imagining me as a bobblehead doll, all kinds of things, it's very intentional because it allows the kids to only focus on the text. I don't have to think about these other things. I love that. So imagine this idea here of my future, whatever it would be. Now we're going to take this idea and maybe we're going to create posters for whatever it is that we're studying. Maybe we're going to create a poster of a character. Maybe we're going to create a poster of a historical figure or a famous scientist. Once they've practiced this guided activity and now they have the skill on how to do it, now we can say, hey, remember when we did that guided activity where you made yourself an astronaut and it was super cool? Well, now we're going to take that idea and we're going to do it with whatever subject that you want. So to me, it's just a great jumping off point. With these built-in videos, I want you to do this if you're playing along at home, because it scared me the first time I did it and I didn't know how to get out of it. So we're watching this video and the kids can actually pop the video out. We could watch it full screen. We could escape here. We could pop it out and I can move it around here. So
let's get started.
I move it around here.
First, pick a career.
And then I X this out over here. And then I accidentally X this out over here, which your kids are going to do. And then they're going to say, Teacher Jeff, how do I lost the video. I would really love it. If you're doing this at home, lose the video, lose that whole sidebar. Because I'm going to show you how easy it is to bring back. So we've messed in the guided activity. We've done that. All I've got to do, I like using visuals. I'd be like, think, what above do you see that represents me thinking? Oh, the light bulb. So the minute I click the light bulb, all's back right in the universe. I have this Learn tab opened up and ready for me to continue to learn with the project. So again, first time I did this, I think it was a live demo with teachers. I did not know how to bring it up. So I have never forgot that. And that trauma has now been your gift. So this is the guided activity. And this is how they work in a very fun, cool way. And we also have all kinds of these educator resources that are built inside of here. Let me bring this back one more time here. If you at home at CFISD and others are not seeing, I'm going to go back to the home button. If I'm not seeing educator resources, that means you may be logged in as a student account. So the two things here at the bottom are Learn, which are access to all of these amazing quick little tutorials on how to do anything. And I said that's continuing to expand. And these educator resources for us, which give me access to all these guided activities, is basically a lot of replication of that first page, but very specific to teachers. So I'm going to real quickly imagine that you don't see this educator resource tab and you're freaking out a little bit. So it's very simple to fix that. In the upper right-hand corner, I'm just going to click on my icon, whatever it is, and I'm going to go into settings. When I click on that, you will see that I'm right here in my general setting. I'm just going to scroll down a little bit and you see role setting. It needs to say I'm an educator. It's very possible the first time you signed in, you chose student. So all you got to do is click on that drop down and say, I'm a student. I mean, I'm an educator if you were a student. The minute you change that and you click, you will have access to educator resources. So let's move forward, shall we? And then the other thing that I absolutely love is the template. Now they've added these filters. So I can search by student activity, by grade level, by topic. And I am a guy that doesn't feel like I am a blank page creative, but if you give me a template, I feel like I will remix it and remix it and remix it until it is the most amazing thing you've ever seen. the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But these templates are really accessible and very easy. So let me give you just one quick example. So if I go over here and I click on templates, and I want to create a student activity, here's where I want you to see these filters. I want a student activity, and I want that output to be a newsletter. And I want that subject to be science, perhaps, right? And then I can go by grade level. How about middle school? Looks like there's only one right there. So we can change it to flyer. We can add a flyer, we can add an infographic, and then you see, we start to see these templates. And then the kid just has to click on one of these, and then they can remix or customize the template. So I love this ability to be able to search, makes my life easier. And if I'm a teacher and classroom works, so I could say, okay, this is the one that I want to use. And then I could simply go over here and assign this to my kids. And I know the topic is not classroom, but I just want you to see right here. I could, boom, send this assignment out to my kids and turn on the class gallery. So when the kids finish, they can share their work to the gallery. All right, so I'm gonna move that over here. And Todd, if there are any questions, I'm obviously not seeing them in YouTube right now. So if you can, or Amanda, if you are there, please jump in and let me know. All right. So let's get into some of the activities that that we could do to introduce the AI to our kids. And I know there's a reference to Mai Tai here, but I just thought it was kind of funny. So my teaching superpower, that is the activity that I have created for you, which sort of incorporates every aspect of the AI that we could use. And the idea here is that we create a graphic or a video of ourselves as a teacher with a superpower. So again, notice I'm picking an activity where you, the teacher, are the subject. So I'm giving you a low cognitive load on the content and a higher cognitive load on the technology here. So we can choose to be a superhero or an ordinary person. You include text to image for the setting. So you can see behind me here, we add a title using text effects. So I believe my teaching superpower was the green chalkboard. The connecting with students was my youngest daughter loves to do crochet. So I did a little crocheted connecting with students down there. So we would use text to image to do the setting. Where are we? Where's the school? What are the students doing? We would use the titles to showcase the text effects where the kids could be adding just texture on top of their text. Keep it very, very simple if you wanted to flip this over to do it with students. And then we can use something called insert object to add fun details. You may on the upper left-hand corner see that there are some UFOs. I just used insert object and you paint a little area and then you use the text. Again, it's textual based. So we got to have text conversations to add fun things. I added the little zombie creature in the bottom. I added the hipster teacher down there as a text to image, but then I also used text effects to put a beanie on him. So just some fun silliness there that you are seeing. So we have my AI character again. I saw myself as a superhero. My teaching superpower is connecting with students here. And so you can see that I've got a book in one hand and coffee in the other as I'm coming into the class to be the best version of myself. So this gives me the ability here to use all of the AI features, text to image background, text to image superhero here, inserting objects by adding details that may have not come out of my original setting. I added the UFOs, the zombies reading down there for fun, adding the teacher with the student, adding the beanie on that just for fun. And then the last piece, again, not only are we making our thinking visible, but how about explaining our thinking? And we can do that by using some of the features built inside of Adobe Express. So a couple things that I've given you here is the ability to click right down here to remix this template. So you can just take my template, very similar to the way the guided activities worked, except you don't have, the video instructions. You have me though, if we replayed this video, and you can click on the text and you can change the texture. You can click on the AI generated teacher and you can change the gender or change the way you want to do that, or you could start from scratch. So I simply created this graphic and then I saved it as a link, and I toggled one switch that said allow others to remix. So if you click on that button there that says click to remix template, you're going to get all of the things that I have here, and you will see that you have the ability to remix them to make them your own. You could also start from scratch. But if we wanted to do a little reflection on these, which again is having kids, we've already made the thinking visible. Now I want to hear you talk about it. We can add that layer in two ways. Inside of Adobe Express, if I click on media, there is a voiceover tool. Let me bring this over here to show you, even when in this old project here. So I could click on the media, and when I click over to audio, I have a voiceover recording. So let's imagine this was my Velocity Viper creation. I can click record voiceover, and it will record my voice explaining what I did here. I can also add animate characters. This is new, built inside of Adobe Express. So I could pick a character, I could record my voice, and then it syncs my voice to the character, not only in sound, but in movement. And it allows me to add that character with his or her voice or its voice right inside of the file. So let me give you an example of what that looks like. Here it is, me as an old Greek philosopher here. And I am going to turn on the sound. And this is now my reflection. I could have done it with just my voice using the voiceover tool, but it's a lot more fun to use this animate character. Whereas you can see I had a transparent background and I just brought in the character and it looks like this.
Hey everyone, this is Jeff. And my teaching superpower has been connecting with kids. I think it's because I've pretty much decided never to grow up, and I love to see the world through their eyes. And I also want them to believe they can be anything they want to be, and try to create learning experiences that will allow them to really believe that they are capable. So yeah, pretty simple, but it served me very well for a long time. Hey everyone, this is Jeff. And
so that is the ability. So in one simple little assignment here, we have the ability to introduce and you could do fewer, you could do more. There are other activities inside of the guided activities where I can use a lot of it using the graphic part of the AI. I can do it in smaller pieces, but this for you all as teachers, I thought I would give you one assignment that you could do. And a good friend of mine, she lives in Manila, and so I had her recreate this with me. So she was able to do the same thing. And I left hers as a multi-page, so I want you to see that we created the graphic first. And then we created the graphic first here. And then I used in the animate character, one of the things you can do is you can actually, instead of choosing a character like the philosopher that I chose, you could actually just choose lips. And at first to me, I thought that was really creepy. But then I realized that by doing that, I could actually then take this character. This was her superhero. This reminded her of Batanas, where she grew up. And this was the teacher as a superhero here. And then instead of changing the character, I recorded with lips. So it's my silly voice on top of hers, but you could put lips on top of a static character and you get something like this.
So my name is Claire, and my teaching superpower is the ability to spontaneously generate books for my students and art supplies and all of the things that make learning fun, because that's exactly what should happen at our schools.
So there you have it. We have the ability to do that and add that on top. So I love that idea. And the other thing that you noticed is we can add multiple pages with multiple things inside of Adobe Express. I love that because if I have a kid doing process, I want to have them create one version, copy it, create another version, copy it, create another version, so that we can use the design thinking model or whatever we want to do to continue to allow kids to expand upon their knowledge. So that, and I gave you a quick little lesson outline of that, just using Google Docs. So if you want to click on that, I've given you the things that we're doing and just a quick idea of how you might do that yourself. So if you click on that, it's just a Google Doc that gives you some instructions on how to do this and each aspect what we're doing. I even popped in a few little tips about, hey, this is an ELA tip. This is a graphic design tip. This would be a good time to talk about that. So you have all of this available for you, and you could create your own thing to do with your kids. So any questions about that, feel free to let me know. No questions so far, YouTube chat participants. All right. Thank you. So let's keep going. And again, all of this is available for you to use, and Todd or Amanda know how to reach out to me. You can reach out to me if you have any questions. Now I want to show you all of this sort of put together in real life. So this was a student of mine who just recently graduated. Her name was Mia, and she was absolutely amazing. So she was doing this project on people of world and US history. And it's basically, the idea was to do this giant research project around people who aren't always represented in the history books. And so this is what she did. So if I click on this, you can, and she's 18-year-old young woman who has given full permission for you all to use her work or to show your work to students as models. About Mia, the thing that just killed me about her is the detail in everything that she did. She made sure all of her images were high quality so she could do this. So this is, I know the idea is talking about the visible thinking, but I love Adobe web pages as just for students showing their work, for simple assignments to complex assignments. It's a very easy tool. I can use it at the minute. I do it once or twice. I can use it just like I would use a Google Doc. So why not have a Google Doc on steroids where I could add imagery and I could add video and I could add all these things. So this is her version of people of US and world history. And that's her on the right, getting a Student of the Month award. And then I have 2 samples for you from her. One of the things I did with her is I said, I'll cut you some slack on a few things if you allow me to ask you to do multiple things so I could use it as a demo. So she did. So this is her reflection of this whole project in 2 ways. This is exactly what I just talked about. This is her using a simple voiceover, and then this is her using herself as a character. So I wanted you to see that. And I also wanted to include some of her research doc there so you could see and add the research doc template that I used with her. So she had a research doc for over 20 different people that she did. So this is a research project that culminates in this very cool experience here. So I just want to pop hers out here and show you. And what we did is we recorded her webpage. I just did a screen capture and scrolled up. So what you're going to see as she talks is a scrolling of her webpage.
Hello, my name is Mia Montero, and I'm a senior at the Monarch School. The People of World and U.S. History project highlights significant BIPOC, women, and LGBTQ+ people from history, like artists, activists, and people who are not always highlighted in typical history texts. My goal was to show how their work and actions impacted society. It includes their achievements, personal reflections, and quotes to show how their legacy still inspires us today. Using a graphic organizer, I researched each person's contribution to history, who their contribution had the greatest impact on, and connected them to at least 3 other significant historical people by time, geography, occupation, and contribution. I chose these people because of their significant contributions to society and the way their work has inspired others. I admire how they overcame challenges to make a difference. As a Latina, I also chose to focus on people from my culture because I think it is important to highlight significant people to remind us their story still matters since their achievements are rarely recognized. Hello, my name is Mia Montero.
That was her reflect. So what we did is just scroll through here. So she would pick a person, give information here, add a piece of their work, pick a quote and say why she picked it and connect it to the contemporaries. And she used a variety. This is called a split layout here. And then as I scroll down, this is just the regular layout without any split. And then this one is a glide show. I love this. So students can add multiple pictures. And then as you glide over or scroll down, then the text box pops up. So this is an Adobe Express webpage, and I love this more than peanut butter loves jelly. Just so you can see how she did this. And it goes on and on. I think we added at least 10 people. And the images she chose to me were everything about this was such a thoughtful project that I just needed to share it out there. So again, feel free to share with your teacher colleagues, with students. She found Pablo Neruda, so we put a piece of a poem of Neruda's that she loved inside of there, etc. So that, what we're seeing here are multiple ways to use Adobe Express to make the thinking visible, to using the reflection tool. And if you notice on the piece, the animate character piece from Mia, we have access to the entire Adobe stock photo library for free, because we get the premium version in education, to the entire Adobe stock video library, so we can add video clips inside of there, as well as the audio library. So everything we've used has been copyright, approved, royalty free for us. So the kids we added that sound right inside of Adobe Express. So it started as a video of scrolling of her webpage. We recorded her voice. We built right on top of the voice, and then we added the audio underneath to give it a little more, added text to it. So the last thing, what you've been seeing here, are animating characters. So I've got lots of examples for kids. I've got an About Me animate character project, and this is one of the creative challenges. I've linked it to you. So we cannot make our own characters, but we can use AI to make our own backgrounds. So I want to show you an example of a biome project that a student could do. So I've given you, there's like 3 examples from elementary and middle school kids here, but I want to show you this. This was a biome project where you had to pick one of the 5 biomes and create a character animate from this. And the background was generated with AI and then edited inside of Adobe Express to add other imagery and text. So let's take a look at this one. All right. Get sound on, and this, and go.
Hi, my name is Ceci, and today I'm here to talk to you about the desert biome. The climate is hot and arid. The terrain has vast stretches of sandy dunes, rocky plateau, and occasional oasis. Flora and fauna has cacti, tumbleweeds, camels, snakes, and scorpions. The challenges are extreme heat, scarcity of water, and sandstorms. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. So there's so many ways that I can start with just I could do this project where I've created the background and I download it, and then inside of Animate Character, I could upload my own backgrounds or use one that they have. I can also now inside of Adobe Express do all of the creating inside of there. And they fixed it when it first came out. When you recorded your voice, it was on like a 5-second scene. Now, however long you record your voice, the voice will go over the graphic image. So literally by recording our voice, whether it's a voiceover or whether it's animate character, we're taking that still graphic and we're making it a video, and still having the ability to download it just as a graphic or share it with a link to the video. And those things, as you see, can be then put right inside of Adobe Express. So I gave you plenty of examples to look at. The animate characters, apart from Mia's project, a literary elements explained that was done by a 6th grader, and then the biome project, as well as the About Me. Now, again, this is a great one to start with, the About Me animation, because they are the subject. When we move to something like the biome project, the kids now have to do some research to add to that. But again, this would be a good one to start with because it's about them once they've learned how to, and it's a good way to introduce themselves to Adobe Express because the background is a blank graphic about them, and then they go in there and they add imagery and they record their voice and put in their own character. So all of this is sitting in there for you. So the last thing, and we are right on time, Todd, this is amazing. I tend to talk too much. I've added some extra resources for you. One thing is a badge. So you not only are you getting paid for this, CFISD and everyone else that is here, you get a badge. So if I want to walk you through how to do this, it's very, very simple. They've made it quite simple. Whatever email you've used to register, if I click on Intro to Adobe Express, it's going to pop up like this. And this is the badge we're earning, the Intro to Adobe Express. I'm going to click on Enroll Now. And then you see there is only one thing to click on here. I'm going to go down here to number 1, using Adobe Express for inspired instruction, and scroll. And Todd, are you ready? I'm going to hit next. Wait on it. Wait on it. So you are awarded with confetti and a badge. And then the last thing is there is a session feedback for Adobe. I'd be happy if you filled it out. And I just added other resources for you, a guided activity choice board, and a creativity across subject resource, and access to more Adobe goodness. And Todd, take it away. Thank you so much.
Jeff, thanks so much, man. This is great. And the website that you provided is such a great resource for us to be able to bounce off of. I'm going to share the code for this session so people can get credit. But I wanted to ask you, you've talked about remixing a lot and you talked about the toggle. Can you bring up where that is in Adobe and then just give us a visual of that? You can get set up with that maybe while I'm sharing out.
I can do it right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna do just really quickly. I'm gonna share out the code. So I'll take over the screen, and then when we come out of here, I'll keep it up for a few minutes, and then we'll let you see that, because I think that's such a powerful thing to do, is where it's really providing guide rails for the teacher and for the students, right? You're creating this template and you're allowing them to remix it so they don't go crazy with all the other things that are possible. So I think that's a great thing. One other thing, I'm going to move this over just to the side here a little bit. One of the other things, Sandra in the chat said that to remind everybody, or that it's something that happens, is when you do the animate, that somehow there's noise canceling. And so if you're in a room and it's loud and things are happening there, somehow there's noise canceling that happens to where you get a good sound out of that. Is there anything you can add to that?
Oh, it's funny. If some of you remember Flipgrid used to introduce those pods. They were like little blow up tents so the kids could be by themselves. In the animate character, there is basically a toggle switch that suppresses the outside, the noise anywhere away from the microphone. So if the kid's speaking into her Chromebook and that is toggled, it blocks out. It's almost, think about the idea of like noise canceling headphones. It uses some technology where it blocks out. When I demo this in a large room, I'll record something and have them make as much noise as possible, and hardly any noise leaks in. So think about it. It's kind of like this noise dampening technology built in. So let me show you, if I may. Are you ready for me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'll show you two things here. All right. So let's go back here. I've got a million things already open. So let's see what I got here. All right, so here's my teaching superpower. This was the one that I generated with Claire. So notice it's multi-page. And let's say I want to allow you to change this. I go up here to share, and then I just simply I'm not going to use make a template. I'm going to do view only link. So when I click on that, this is all I want you to see is one toggle, allow others to use this. So if it's off by default, all I've got to do from anything that I've created, when I go to share view only link, is toggle allow others to use. And then if I didn't have it toggled the first time, I would then toggle it the second time and then click update link. So that when the person gets this link right here, and then they click on the button or they paste it in here, this is what they see. And then all they have to do is go up here and remix this link. So that, by just that simple toggle, what I've done is made my project a remixable template essentially, and it does not affect my original project.
That's
so
awesome.
That's one. And then if I might real quick, I will go back to Express here and we'll get out of that. If I were going to do the character animate and I wanted to do it right inside of an existing project, I could open up a project here, and then I'm going to go to media. If I go to video or audio, you will see the animate. Oh crap! I'm in my account here. Go here. If I would go to animate character, notice that I was in my other account. It's only available in education. Go to animate character, and then I pick out Magnuson here or whoever. I could have changed that. Enhance speech. I toggle that on, and then I record. And then that dampens all of the noise around me. So when I record, notice because I was inside of an existing Adobe Express project, and then I added the animate characters, it comes in as a transparent background. So then that character comes in without a background, then I can resize and move.
That's awesome.
The question, Amanda, is if you can take that PowerPoint slide, just export it as a PNG or a JPEG, and then bring it in as an image, and then they could add a character, or they could just use a simple voiceover. So yeah, absolutely. Google Slides, any of these things that in any of these presentation software, I should be able to export them as images. It's going to make it a flat image, but it's workable for sure. And there is also a presentation feature inside of Adobe Express. That wasn't the topic of today, but it's a pretty slick way to do presentations as well.
I think what we're finding is there's a lot to do in Adobe Express,
right? Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's so fun. It's absolutely, I mean, I do a lot of presenting and talking about tools, but this is far and away my favorite tool as both a creator and as a teacher. And what I will say for those, we may have some art or graphic design teachers out there. I say Adobe Express is a creativity tool. Is it a graphic editor? Yes. Is it a video editor? Yes. Is it a web page designer? Yes. But what it is more than anything is a creativity tool for me, because it allows all my kids and all of your kids to believe that they're creative. And that starts by remixing templates and then doing all of the other things. And then all of a sudden they realize, oh, I am creative. So it's a creativity tool for me. And it is the gateway. This is the first tool that gets you into the Photoshops and into the others. So that's the reasoning behind that.
Jeffrey, thanks so much, man. Great stuff today. And you provided some really great resources that we'll be able to use for a long time. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and reach out anytime, all of you. Todd, Amanda, you have my contact info. You all can get it. I'm happy. I'm an over helper, whatever that would be. My partner says. She's like,
you're a teacher, right? That's what happened.
So I'm happy to help. Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you all today.
Here. All right. Have a good Saturday.
Thank you.
Well, everyone, we're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to play the commercial, and we'll be back with Michael Olmedo, who's going to be talking about Hovercam. We've had Hovercam in the district for many, many years. But sometimes, when I go into classrooms, I see just the document camera piece. And we know that there's so much more with the software. So he's going to be running through that and sharing a little bit about that. So right now, go take a break, stretch your legs, get some coffee, some water, go do whatever, get a snack. And we'll be back here at 11 o'clock sharp for Michael with Hovercam. And that's going to be another great session. So we look forward to it, and we'll see you in a bit.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
All right, everyone, we are back for our 11 o'clock session. Really excited about this one. We've had a partnership with Hovercam for a very long time. I remember back in the day when we had, well, first of all, I remember back in the day when we didn't have any kind of document cameras back, in the classroom. And then I remember that only language arts teachers got them, right? And there were the Elmos. And sometimes on the campus, depending on who you were. And listen, if you've been in the district this long, give me like, yeah, I remember that. Give that to me in the chat. But only certain people would have it, or maybe like a grade level would have one, and they would have to, go and share it, right? It's like, what lesson are you doing today? What lesson are you doing today? And then they got Elmos, right? I remember, I think we got the Ladybugs. Those are really, really old, and oh my gosh. And then we wound up getting Hovercams for everybody. And that was like taking it to the next level. And it really is a document camera on steroids. So we're really excited to do this one because I don't think we utilize the software enough. And I think, because we can use it for, as a camera when we're doing live streams and we're doing things like that. It's got a great camera, it's got a great microphone, but there's a lot more to it. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Michael to come on in and get ready to, start sharing his screen. He's going to do some really cool like Inception stuff here. I know that when we talked a little bit earlier, he's going to have like a camera within a camera within a camera. So you're going to see all of that. Michael, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. We've had a lot of great sessions already, 2 great sessions. I know this one's going to be a great one. We're looking forward to it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Do you have any questions?
No, not at all.
All right.
I might, because I was watching those Google slides and there's a few things. I learned some stuff. That's great.
There's some good stuff today, definitely.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to turn it over to you. You're good to go.
Well, it's funny you mentioned both Lumens and Elmo, because I came from, before I started with Hover, I've been with Hover for 6 months now, and I got here as quick as I could when I found out how they were, how they approached the dot cam market. Prior to Hovercam, I worked 5 years with Elmo. Prior to Elmo, I worked 15 years with the Ladybug company, with Lumens. So I've been doing document cameras for quite a long time. Before that, I was an EdTech integrator. I worked for a couple of companies here out of Houston. I live down in Seabrook, so I am local with you guys, fairly local. I don't like this cold weather. I just looked at my thermostat. It was at 62. So I'm still warming up a little bit this morning. What Todd was mentioning about these multiple cameras, when we did our pre-session a couple of days ago, I had so many cameras connected, I couldn't believe it. So what I'm going to do, I made it a little more simple, Todd, so we don't get confused. Right now, I'm using one of our Hovercams as my main camera for the Zoom presentation. And then I've got the Solo 8 and yet another Hovercam to use as my main working surface, because we are going to spend most of the time in the software this morning. So I will also ask and invite you to request any questions directly to the chat with Todd. I know those are a little delayed, so I will wait. Occasionally, I'll give some time and we'll go through some of the questions and answers and hopefully move this thing along quickly. The good news is, like Todd said, I think with the Hovercam software, there's a lot of things that can happen. And even with the way Zoom works and with the way the technology has progressed over the years, I'm even amazed. I've been doing this so long, it's been really fun to watch all of the progression with where we are today in these document cameras. So the first thing I'm going to do is simply just share my screen so that we can jump right in and I can show you what I'm doing with the document cameras and with and we're going to look directly at let me open the Flex 11 software, because I'll jump right into one of the cool things that Todd was talking about, and that is using the view options on the software. But what I want to do, like over here, is where I'm working with my surface. And I know Todd said something about the upper left-hand corner, so I'll move this over here. And I may even minimize that from time to time. But we're looking directly at now the live working surface of a Hovercam document camera. And what I want to jump into right away, you guys have the Solo 8 4K USB document camera, and I'm going to put it directly under this other camera immediately, and we're going to jump right into the buttons. There are some misunderstandings about these buttons, and I'll explain at least what I hear a lot when I'm out in the field. I came from a show yesterday up in Mississippi, up in Mississippi. Probably the most misunderstood buttons are these two different autofocus buttons. And the reason we have two different buttons, back when document cameras were first being developed, and again, having worked with both of the companies, or all three of the big companies now, when you use the autofocus button, that actually puts the camera into a searching mode. It's going to be looking for the best focus. And if you do use that top button, it might not be what you're actually looking for if you're working primarily with a flat surface or a document. Now, you'll also notice underneath here, everything's upside down. That's because I'm holding the camera upside down to the camera so you can see it in the proper orientation. Really the biggest and most important button on the camera is the autofocus lock button. when you push the autofocus lock button, and I'll do that on the other camera base, it actually sets the focus level at the biggest object that it finds. And I'll rotate this back and I'll hit it again, and you'll see it kind of jump and stop. Now what's going to happen is the camera is going to stay focused at that plane. So no matter what you put into the subject area, it's going to stay focused. You do have the ability to rack or push that focus with more buttons, and that's going to be done in software. Or for instance, if I were to actually physically move the camera in closer, it's possible that you change that focus level. So I pushed AFL again. So just keep in mind, you want to push that button anytime you're just not getting the crystal clear picture that you should be getting. And also, do be aware, I talked with Todd a little bit about this as well. I've seen so many instances where teachers will tell me, I watched your presentation and I saw that your camera looks so much better than mine. Right now, I'm sitting actually at my dinner table, and I don't have what I would call bad lighting. I have decent lighting. What you might notice is there's a little bit of maybe a yellow tint to my lighting. I mean, I've got home lighting above me. My windows are open. It's overcast. There's light behind me as well. And then I've got a screen directly behind the camera. So there's all kinds of different light intensities and levels. And like what a camera needs when you are using a camera to create the proper white balance, it's another function of that AFL button. When you push the AFL button, you might again have noticed that the lighting might have changed a little bit. So be very aware of where your camera is in relation to the light that you're giving it. Right now, I've got one of the two light levels turned on. I turned off the light. And when I re-click the autofocus level button, you can see now that orange light that I have. That's more of my home lighting. It's not necessarily a bad picture. It's just maybe not that a more blue light that you're used to in your classroom with the LEDs overhead or with the old incandescent type lighting. So I turned on one layer of the lighting. On your camera, you'll have two layers of lighting. There's a button here. There's a single lamp and a double lamp. And actually, it's a triple lamp because we have this triple set of LEDs and a single LED. The first layer is all three of these turn on. Then this one turns on. That's a little confusing to me because I wish the single light would come on first and then would add the double or triple LED bar. But I think the design idea was these lights aren't directly in line with the lens. So when you turn on these lights, it tends to light the document better. If you turn this light on, if you are using a shiny surface book like this book, you get this really bad hot spot at the top. So you don't necessarily need the lights if you don't want them. If you see that is a good color temperature for you, and notice I immediately, when I turned off the light, I hit the AFL button. So again, probably the most misused button or not used button. It looks like at this point, I don't really need any additional lighting. So, but I do want to turn on the first layer, which is the triple bar. I'll re-hit the AFL button. And we're back to that nice color temperature. Everything's crystal clear and right. So again, looking at the physical design of the camera, you have the lighting. Also, you may or may not have ever seen or played with this lens rotate knob. What that does is it actually physically turns the lens internally. You can see a little bit of that moving. And the point and reason for that is you have three different ways to rotate an image. The point of being able to rotate the image is really so that you can have the camera oriented on either side of your document or even at the top of your document. Right now, my document camera is directly above the document. But if I wanted to work with the camera to the side, all I would have to do is rotate physically that rotate knob on the camera head and then move the camera to the side, either which side it is. And I'm going to move that back because it is in the top orientation. And then it gets even deeper. I'm going to push this rotate button again so these buttons make sense. You have another rotate button. I'm going to hit the AFL so it locks on this level. You have another rotate button directly in the middle of the camera. Again, in combination with the rotate knob at the top and this button, and even two more buttons in software that we'll look at, you have the ability to rotate this any which way you want. And there's even a mirror button in one of the view options. So if you did for some reason want to teach in a rear view mirror, you could do that. But we do have a mirror button as well. So just keep that in mind. You're never going to have to be limited to what direction you place the camera. So that's really all about the physical part of the camera. Here, that's a microphone. All of our cameras have built-in microphones, and that makes it nice for, again, using the camera as a Zoom camera, a Teams camera, any kind of camera, or even just recording. This camera is not one that has an SD card slot. Some of our other cameras do, but using this microphone in combination with your computer, if you were, for instance, as an example, right now I'm using my laptop microphone. I don't even know where my laptop microphone is. Here it is up here at the top of my screen. If for some reason, like you see, I'm kind of turning away from my laptop, and it probably does affect the sound quality when I turn back towards my screen, you're getting a better audio. If I were working only directly under my camera and I wanted to ensure that I'm getting the best microphone, I can change my system setting to maybe the microphone of the camera instead of the microphone of the computer. So just keep in mind, you have very little that you have to worry about on the camera itself, but that's what all those buttons are. The zoom in and zoom out are also here. Keep in mind, and again, this goes back to the way cameras zoom. These cameras don't have what is considered in camera technology as optical zooms. Just like on your cell phone, when you want to take a picture using your cell phone and you put it into picture mode, let me rotate the image again. You put it into picture mode. If I want to take a really good picture and I don't want to zoom, you go closer, right? You just push in closer. You don't zoom using the buttons because what does it do? It just pixelates everything. So just like a phone, if you want to zoom, you have the ability to push the camera closer because it is a mechanical zoom. And if you did use the zoom buttons, you'll see that there becomes a point where the zoom becomes digital pixelized. Now that is actually brings up a great point about Hovercam, because Hovercam does own a technology that we call ASR zoom. It's a lossless zoom because of the size of the sensors that we use. You don't have all that pixelization. At Elmo, at Aver, at Lumens, at some of these other document camera companies, they'll market and talk about having 128 megapixel zoom. It's all marketing. If you zoom in and it becomes a bunch of pixels, what good is it? About the only application I ever heard that worked well was in a hunting situation where a guy zoomed in with a Sony camera into bushes that were hundreds of yards away. If the pixels moved, there was probably something in the bushes coming that way. That was about it. I've never really heard of a good reason. You can see the pixels actually crawling on the screen now. While I have this zoomed in really nice on my business card, please take down my cell phone number and my email and keep those handy. I'm available. I travel quite a bit, but I am available to answer direct questions with you guys. If you have any questions you think about as we're talk today, you can also email them to me, your specific applications. I know everyone is going to have their issues that are unique to them. So if you have a question, please reach out to me. Like I said, I do live in the area and I love doing in-person trainings as well. So I would love to come out if you have some specific issues that you're working through. Take down this information and we'll go from there. So I'm going to zoom back out, and that's all the digital zoom. And I'm still kind of pushed in tight with the camera, so I'm going to move it. The way I like to talk about using a document camera, I was going to do this just to kind of be funny earlier, was to keep this training brief. Here's how you use a document camera. You turn it on, you frame your image, You focus your image and you teach. It's that simple. Frame it, focus, teach. Now we're going to, move into some of the software. Well, one other thing on the camera itself, I'm going to rotate the image and go back here. On the back of your camera, you do have two USB connections. One is covered. If that cover were to get broken or stolen, underneath it says install. What that means, and guys don't have to worry about this. Where did my little rubber thing go? It just flew off. The install button is because the camera has our software built into the base. You probably would never have to worry about that because you guys already are working on your systems and those softwares have been pushed out to you. So this is the connection side, the USB side, and you may or may not have gotten the orange cable that goes with that. It's USB 3, and you'll know it matches. So you plug it in. There's only one way you can really connect that if that port stays closed. So, sorry, that port. So you just make that connection. The other side is what goes into your computer and you're off and running. So if you ever did accidentally or somebody took the connections apart, know that that's what that is. Your install, your connection side, and then you also have a Kensington lock hole. I don't believe you guys are using that, but in a situation, if you had to lock your camera to a table, you do have that ability with the Kensington lock hole. That's it on the physical side of the camera. Buttons, knobs, lights, that's it. So I'm going to set the camera down now, rotate my image back, and hit the focus button one more time. So right there, any questions about the physical side of the camera, let Todd know, and Todd, jump in anytime if you want and stop me, and we can answer any questions about that because I don't actually see a chat. So if it's there, it's good. Oh, there's one at the top. Let me see what that says just real quick so I can see it. No questions. Perfect. I'm going to close that window so it's not distracting. So now we're looking at the camera and you can see I'm using the Flex 11 software. I'll close it real quick and reopen it so you can see the Flex 11 icon is this green icon with the Flex 11. One of the neat things that we did also this year because of one of our other products that we introduced is we unlocked the Flex 11 software to work with any camera. So if you have any USB camera and you want to utilize some of these tools that we have, you can do that. If you have older Elmo or Lumens cameras, or even an old or something you found on Amazon and it's a USB camera, it should work inside of our Flex 11 software. So that being said, let's jump right in. Most of what these buttons say and do, if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, are pretty self-explanatory, but I will click through a few of these and not waste too much time on it. When I click the annotation tool, I get the wheel. When I click on the wheel, I can drag that wheel anywhere into the screen that I want. And again, you probably, because you guys are Promethean and interactive whiteboard users, you know what these tools do. We're not trying to use our annotation tools in place of the Promethean tools. Obviously, once you get our live image into your Promethean screen, you have the ability to either use your Promethean board to use annotation, or you can use our software. Because as an example, I'm sitting at my laptop, my board, I do have a screen connected just behind the camera. It's not an interactive panel, but I want it to be able to look this direction instead of this direction. So I have a bigger screen. It is not touch panel, but my laptop is. So I can simulate by just touching my own laptop screen, and I can annotate very simply as you guys would using your Promethean boards. So these tools, I think you guys could probably tell me more than I could tell you about the tools that are in your annotation. So I don't want to waste too much time there unless, again, I'll pause in a little bit and if you have questions about annotation. So I'm going to close that and go to the very next one. The very next one is even more, it's just more of what you already have, but in one location in our software. It's our whiteboard software. There's a few things about the whiteboard software using our document camera that's kind of nice. As an example here, my live image stayed in the screen in the upper left-hand corner. I can move that by clicking on it. Oh, I actually did the wrong thing. Golly, now I have a ton of these things. Let's see if I can get out of this. Let me back up. Start again. go to whiteboard. No, they're all still there. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I got to use my hand tool over on the left to actually grab things. When I clicked my live image, now I'm on the hand tool. No, I can't. Why is that stuck up there? I'm pretty sure I can move it. I just need to figure out how. I did it earlier and I'm not able to do it. Oh, I apologize. Well, the point is I'm in my whiteboard software, and when I click on the live image, here's the live image in the upper left corner. When I click on that, it throws the live image onto my whiteboard software. Oh, my tools. That's what I did. Now I'm getting really messed up. There you go. That arrow key through the image that I brought in over to the other side. So there now is my live image. It's no longer live in the whiteboard software because when I clicked the live image, it brought it in. And then using the other tools, again, I have my annotation tools. I can do the same thing as annotate using all of the tools in the whiteboard. And again, they're very self-explanatory, if you will. The text tool, there's objects that I can drag in. You just have different things you can do using our whiteboard software as well. Most of the time when you see this bent back arrow on the upper left-hand corner, that's going to take you out of whatever application you've clicked on in our toolbar. It's either going to have that back arrow or there will be an actual close button. And yet again, I also found out it's a wax on, wax off kind of thing. You click it to turn it on, you click it again to turn it back off. Cropping is a whole nother tool that I like. Let's get into a different document. I have my fishing stories book. Let me open that, and we're seeing this live image. What I want to do now is use my cropping tool, and I can now stretch this crop, move the crop to what I want it to be. Maybe what we want to do is dive down deeper into this paragraph. So now when I click my capture tool, I get on the left margin, I now have the image that was cropped. And I can do the same thing. I can click it again. Let's move this out of the way. Cropping, turn it. Why do I keep getting that underneath? Let's move this. Oh my goodness. I see what I'm trying to, let me lower that down and then move this bar and close it. And now I have my cropped stuff on the left. When I click it, you can see it kind of widened it and brought it in. And then with using the tools in the middle, I can drag it over as my main paragraph. And now I have the paragraph all by itself. The way I'm doing this, where it's zooming in and out, is with the roller button on my mouse. So I have the ability to zoom in and zoom out, or with my fingers, I can pinch it. And that's why it turned a little, because I twisted my hand. So again, your interactive whiteboard will let you do that a lot easier. But because my laptop does have a touch screen, I can do it and emulate or simulate what an interactive whiteboard would do. So I can click the toolbar on the right again, bring that image back over to the live image. We're back to the live image. So that's the cropping tool. It's pretty self-explanatory. I can crop to capture, crop to a clipboard. I did try the OCR tool. I was telling Todd, I think something's up with my computer or with my version of the software, because when I click the OCR tool, the idea is you can then click on this paragraph and that will create editable text that I could drag into a document and then use that text without having to retype it. For some reason, it does not get past this screen. It kind of locked up right here on me. I'll find out more about that. And then I can focus from here as well if I needed to. I can straighten it if it were an area that needed to be twisted or straightened. And I can also put grid lines on the image if I need to do grid lines and get it straight so that it's perfect. So lots of different options on your cropping tool. You can also zoom in and out, or there's your tilt tool at the bottom. So let me close that and bring the software back up from the bottom. It has the hide button, just like over here on the left margin, I can hide the captures. So after the cropping, there's the zoom tool. That's pretty self-explanatory. This is another way without using those zoom buttons on the camera itself. If I'm working in software or if I'm at my interactive panel, and let's say I have another object, something very small on the screen, and I want to zoom in, I can do that using the software. And even though it is that digital pixely zoom that we talked about, with our ASR zoom, it's not as bad as some of the other document cameras. Still very usable image, and I can do it again. I'm just touching my screen like you would with an interactive flat panel, and I can twist, zoom in and out, pinching my fingers. However you need to do it, you have a lot of options, and that's the beauty of our software is that we're giving you options multiple places because we understand that you're probably using the dot cam in an IFP environment. So that's the Zoom tool. Any questions? Anything so far? I don't even see my chat screen anymore. So Todd, if you say something out loud, I can stop or pause and we can go there. Now on view option, let's go there real quick. View option is where I think Todd was talking about with these multiple cameras, you have some cool things. Right now, I'm still using my picture in the Zoom software. But if I do PIP, and I would have the ability, if you use PIP, because you're not going to be in a Zoom meeting, instead of my picture being in the Zoom environment, it would be up here in this other window. And Todd, I decided not to do that because it got a little confusing having 3 cameras running at the same time. But some computers will have that capability. I actually have two cameras externally connected, and I still have my laptop camera that I shut off. And I could, using the settings button, I can go in and change. Let me kill that message. It's trying to prompt me. If I go into my settings menu, I can actually change what is the main camera, what is the auxiliary camera. And then because the systems are smarter than I am, you have to kind of think about which camera is what. Main camera is always what's under the document camera. The auxiliary camera is what's going to be in the PIP. And in the case of using Zoom right now, the auxiliary camera is what's connected up here as my second camera to my computer. So instead of using my internal camera, I'm using an external camera, and that same thing with the main cameras under the camera itself. So it can get a little confusing, but if you just kind of think through what you're trying to achieve in your exact environment, if you did want to have a talking head presentation under the document camera, you can do that right here by picking main camera and auxiliary camera, and then using your view option PIP. Rotate left and right, self-explanatory. It'll just turn your cameras. Mirror is the same thing. It'll just flip the image around. And then the reveal page is kind of nice. I actually had a question to the office after I played with this. The reveal screen's always green. And maybe you want that to be a different color. I'm working or asking, right click. There you go. I can change the reveal screen color. And that's, again, pretty self-explanatory. A lot of times when I'm talking about the reveal screen, let's not forget one thing. Let me go back into view option, turn the reveal screen off. Here's another very highly technical reveal screen. Bear with me. Here it comes. A piece of paper. It's a little easier sometimes to just be old school and reveal what you want to reveal this way. But I know some of the youngsters, they're all about the software and they want to click things. So you do have a digital reveal screen right there. And it can be sized as, no, can it be sized? Yes, it can be sized. So there you have it, reveal screen. I know in some of the other softwares or some of the other computers, you can change the shape of the reveal screen and even in some cases, make it opaque. So full screen will take the borders off the software. I did that earlier and I got so confused because I couldn't get out of the software. So just keep in mind, if you hit full screen, you lose all of the top and bottom banners, so you wouldn't be able to see what's happening. So to get that back, bring the software up from the bottom, go back into view option and click on full screen again. And you see it drop down again where I can actually see the edges of my software, and I'll be able to actually use the full screen button in Windows instead of the full screen button that we give you. Picture in picture, we just talked about the project screen has to do with the output of your, right now I've got my laptop connected to my second panel, my second screen. So that's for if you were going to be projecting the image, everything here out of that port. It's kind of in combination with your view settings of the laptop itself. Again, some of this stuff can be a little confusing, but don't let most of it, I doubt you're going to get into or use very often, but it is possible that, you'll use that. Let me close that down. Pause is actually a pretty good button. And I have one little trick that I show. How many of you are ever teaching and you have your subject matter and maybe you don't even realize you're talking, you're looking this direction, you're not paying much attention, and you do what we all do. We talk with our hands and we're trying to make a point, and and I'm not paying attention to this. Or maybe there's some movement in the page because the wind is blowing. You have a fan on overhead. So that pause button can be very cool if you're trying to move things along, like, okay, class, we're going to look at this page. I want you guys to read this page. And when we come back, we're going to go to another story. And I'm going to give you guys about 15, maybe 20 seconds to read this next little section. And when after that, I'm going to pause it again and we'll talk. So let me release the pause. I turned the page is all I did, and pause it again. And you see the pause kind of gives you the notification and goes away. I'm moving my hand, I'm talking, nothing's changing. But here's the little trick that I wanted to tell you. Again, my point was, you guys are talking, the students aren't really paying attention because they're just not paying attention. So you need their attention. So I paused. If anyone saw what I did, if you were watching, all I did was put the back of my hand to the camera. And I'm going to release the pause. I'll do it again real slow. The back of my hand to the camera and pause it. Now I have your attention. There's nothing to look at. Or even in a reveal kind of situation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flash this screen to you, and then I'm going to ask you a few questions. So here's the live screen. Take a look. Now I have questions. Can anyone tell me how much that shark weighed? And can anyone tell me what kind of shark it was? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, let's take a look. It was a 1,600-pound hammerhead shark. So the pause button can be very cool. Again, maybe you're going to move the camera across the table, pause it, move the camera, change the orientation of the camera. I need full page now, not just the top quarter. And now I have a full page. Push it, frame it, focus it, teach it. That's the theme over and over and over. Now, multi-scan. Multi-scan's kind of cool. A lot of times when I show document cameras to someone who's never seen or played or talked about document cameras, they say, "Oh, can I scan with it?" Yeah, the difference with any camera you can scan with your phone. But what's cool about our multi-scan feature is there's two settings on it, and I'll explain both. Right now, I've got the timer set to 3 seconds, and I can scan 999 pages, and I can scan those immediately as a PDF. I just turned on the PDF button. So now I'm going to start, and in 3 seconds, it's going to take a picture of this page. In 3 more seconds, it's going to take this picture. And in 3 seconds, it's going to take this picture. And in 3 seconds, it's going to take this picture. So you get the point. Let me stop the multi-scan and go to my sidebar here on the left. And the images are all right here. On the PDF, if I double click that, I now have a multi-page PDF, and I did that in a matter of seconds. So you do have the ability to create high quality PDF scans instantaneously using that software. And you notice also when I double clicked it, it actually did open the PDF in Acrobat. So the answer now is yes to anything you're thinking about a PDF. Can I email that? Can I continue to write on it? Can I edit it? Yes, you can do anything you can do in a PDF. You can do it now because it's a PDF. You could also have saved those as JPEGs. The default would have been as a JPEG. So let me close the PDF and turn off the PDF, and I can do the same thing. I can set the timer higher if you need a little more time to set up the document. But there's your high-speed scanning in an instant. If I put it on motion scan, it's similar to the time scan, but it's going to look for motion before it activates the capture. So now let's do this. I'll do it again. I'll turn PDF on. It's in 5-second intervals. I'll hit start, and nothing's happening. I just get the negative sign up there, the minus. So now when I motion, there's motion in the camera. There's the first picture. Now it's waiting for motion. It saw my hand. It's going to take the picture, and it's just sitting. It's nothing's happening. Well, I move my hand, so it saw motion. So now I'm going to reach in, turn the page. So the motion scan's nice because it's not going to start activating until you move something. So I'm not in a hurry to move yet. I'm just waiting. Maybe I now move. There it goes. Counts down from 5, takes the picture. There it is. So let me turn off the multi-scan. Same thing. I've got a PDF at the top. Double click it, and there's my same scanned images. Actually, it's the second one, looks like. So that's your multi-scan. It's just basically a way to help you scan faster and not have to go snapshot, snapshot, snapshot. So that's another one. And we're almost to it. The record button is another interesting button because you have a lot of ways to record. Let me move this again. In the record button, if you just click camera record, it is only going to record the subject matter under the document camera. It's not going to record the whole screen. So again, if you're trying to do the picture in a picture with your face in the image, it's not going to do that because it's only going to record what you see under the document camera. It will record your video, your audio, and it is not a lossless recording, but it is a real-time recording. There's no pausing or anything, or there's no stuttering or hesitancy or latency. So let me click camera record. You can see there's a timer at the bottom here in red. It's recording. And now you could go through and talk about, what this story here is about. Got a nice little graphic down here. And if we wanted to continue and talk about the Eskimo pie, it's just going to record anything that's underneath the document camera. If I wanted to stop here and bring in my own paper, my own pen, and I always automatically grab a Sharpie because it writes bigger. So this is the Eskimo pie story, Eskimo pike story, I guess a play on words there. So everything you do under the camera recorded with that feature. I can click on the record button again and stop it. Up in the left-hand corner, you can see it automatically created my thumbnail. I can double click that, and here's the image playing back. And it should have audio. I don't know if I set up my audio right or not, but that's where that recording happens and goes. So just keep in mind, that's going to record only what is under the camera. Screen record, again, kind of self-explanatory. When I click that, it records anything that's on the screen. So right now my PDF is still open. So maybe I am doing a presentation on how to put documents into a PDF using a document camera. I can start by opening the Flex 11 software. When I go to the Flex 11 software, I want to show you that all you have to do is hit the multi-scan, turn on motion, turn on PDF, hit start. It'll then send everything over to the left column, the left reveal tab so everything here is just being recorded, including the Zoom window that's open here. If I wanted to see the Zoom window, I can minimize that, and there you go. So let me turn that off. You can see it created yet another video on the left. I double click it, and there's the recording again. So that's the only thing to keep in mind about the recording is you have to be aware of what you want to record. The screen record PIP actually is very similar to screen record. Screen record PIP, if I were utilizing the PIP, and if you don't remember, PIP is this one. So I clicked PIP, it can't start the camera because I tied up the camera. But if I wanted to put my talking head into the recording, not using Zoom, record PIP. Time lapse is something that is really cool. And I have a great story about time lapse. A long time ago, I had a district up in East Texas. They were entering a contest to build a horse trailer. It was a agriculture, I guess a welding class is what the class was, but they built a horse trailer for a competition. Well, they set up a time-lapse recording using the document camera, and every afternoon the professor or teacher would put the camera on a block that they marked where to set the camera and then hit time lapse. You can set up how many hours, how many minutes, how many seconds you want it to record, the interval that you want it to record, and then you can set the playback frame rate. In some of the time-lapse recordings, you only really get 1 frame or 1 second of frame. 24 frames would be a second. So you can set the amount of time that it records each moment. What was cool about that, and obviously you can set the length of this is going to be how long that video would be if I were to record with these parameters. Once you set that to start, you're going to get a time-lapse video back. What the school did when they did that, they showed with horse trailers, they showed the horse trailer being built in about 2 minutes, from nothing to being completely built. And they put monitors on both sides of the trailers. Instead of the judges just seeing the finished trailer, they saw the whole process. They actually won the competition. I have a copy of that video somewhere. I had another teacher point the camera at a flower that bloomed at night. It bloomed and it closed back up, and the kids loved to watch it. Another teacher did the sunrise. She went to one side of the building and filmed the sunrise in time lapse, went to the other side of the building and filmed the sunset. The kids insisted to watch that video every day. They loved to see the sun come up in the sunset. So there's lots of cool ways. I've seen chrysalis with the butterflies. Point the camera at the butterfly at night, and hopefully it'll come out and you'll be able to see that in a time lapse way. I did at TCEA one year. We put one in one of the windows when the floor was empty, and they built the entire TCEA show floor and then took it back down. They played that video in the opening session one year. I wish I could remember the year. Some of you might have been there. So it was really neat. That's some cool applications of the time-lapse video. And then there's also slow motion. It is what it is. You click slow motion when you're recording, it actually just slows everything way down. That could be useful, I guess, if there was something in high speed that didn't make sense unless you slowed it down. So there's that recording option. Again, any questions so far? I'm going kind of quick, but how much time do I have? I have a few minutes. So that's the record feature. Snapshot. Snapshot is very self-explanatory. You take a picture. It threw it to the upper left corner. Change the image. You take a picture, snapshot, boom, another image. You might wonder, where are these going? Well, in the filing system, I just click the filing cabinet. You can see everything is happening in images, videos, and documents. You can set those up ahead of time in your settings. And let me go back up here and down here in the settings and over here to the miscellaneous settings, here's where you would set up where your folders, where things are saved. Right now it's going to the my settings, documents, Hovercam Flex. That's the default. You can change that if you need to, but that's where that happens. I'm not going to talk much about, I'm going to come back to the settings, but if you wondered where things were going when they're in this left bar, it is the filing cabinet system. Another cool thing that I saw earlier that I really liked was this GIF creator. You can click on the GIF or GIF creator, select these three images. When I play that, there's the GIF. So you can do that with any of the images and create a quick flow through. And you can set again the delay, timing, the framing, all that can happen. I suggest you play with it to figure out what works best for you. Slingshot is actually one of my favorite features of our software. When you click on the slingshot button, it actually created this little window here. While what happens now, I can slingshot an image. I'm opening Word. You can use this in your interactive software. When I click that and I drag this image into Word, I now have what was under the document camera. It's not live, but you notice what is live is still the slingshot. So now what I want to do is I want to create a quick document about this book. So the slingshot image is still alive. I'm going to click it again, drag it back into the document. Let's go to the back of the book, give some credit to the author, shirtless author. So actually I'm going to zoom in so that we're only looking at that. I'm going to hit the AFL lock button again, and then I'm going to slingshot this, drag down, drag it into the document, and probably created a second page. So there you go. This is a slingshot that will slingshot into any application that will take an image. You might also notice I just zoomed. All I did was roll the mouse. If your mouse has a roll button, you can roll. So now I have that slingshot. I like that because I can slingshot anything from the live camera to any application that can take an image, including a PDF, including your interactive software, including documents like a Word document. So let's go back to the live image, side by side, self-explanatory again. When I click side by side, it will take and give me, I had this weirdness happen earlier. Let's see. Let me touch. Oh, I have to get out of, I think I'm in something right now. Let me close that. Click side by side. It's under there. Let me move that back in. Pull this out. There we go. Normally, what I did was I had some layers open that were confusing, but you'll see there's double arrows in the very middle, and I'm just dragging them left and right. So side by side will do that for you automatically. It'll just do the next image. Let me shut that, make sure I'm zoomed out, click side by side. Didn't do it. It's doing something, and I've got something open, so I apologize. Normally, when you click side by side, it automatically slides over and it shows you that second image. I think because I'm touching double images here, it's doing it, but it's not letting me see it. The other thing you can do when you are in your live situation is I can drag these over and they take over the image. No, they don't. Double click. All right, I'm going to close it real quick and open it again. Oop, that's why. I think I had already had. Don't save. Close that. Everything's working. Click it. There we go. Let me just start from a brand new fresh and see if my side by side does what yeah. When I click side by side, that's what it does. It moves over, and then I can decide what's going to be the next image. There you go. So, and then I can move that left and right. So if I were comparing something live to something frozen or captured previously. So that's side by side. Any questions? There's a lot. I see no questions yet. That's good. So that's all of these settings. Let me go now over to the settings. There's not a lot you can change in here. I talked a little bit about the main and the main and the auxiliary camera. The microphone, again, if you were using the dot cam or if you were using what's built in, you say I have two choices for audio, the Orbits or even my own. Your resolution, I would probably leave it at 720. Without knowing, you don't really have, you're not going to use 4K unless you know you can use that in frame rates and all that. Scanning, again, what type of file, where they're going, what is the output, recording. I don't think you're going to change much of this until you're really getting or diving deep into the recording features of the software and the differences in Windows movie files or MPEG-4s, and then the miscellaneous we already talked about. With all that, I think that's it. I think I've worn out the software unless someone has a question. And I'll stop sharing my screen now so we can go back. I see Todd popped in.
Yeah, Michael, that was great. There was some stuff that honestly I had forgotten about. So like the reveal piece, although you know it's the digital piece, and I know you could do it with the regular paper. I forgot about that. The slingshot, which you're right, with those of us who, I mean, we have the Promethean panels in the classroom. You have the hover cams that are always connected there at the at the panel. It'd be really easy to just bring something into a whiteboard and be able to do that. I could see someone using the annotate tools on the Hovercam software if they were sitting at their desk, like you said,
right?
And they were sharing their screen, and we know that some teachers do that. So, all right, so I think that was great. The only thing that I want to say that I think kind of came up that Amy reminded us of is if you are having trouble with the autofocus lock, then you need to go to Avanti and you need to download the most recent software. That's probably the biggest piece. So, okay, I'm talking, and I am so grateful for Amanda because she reminded me to share the attendance code. All right, guys, I'm sharing the attendance code. I don't want to get in trouble by everybody. It's like, hey, what's going on? So here we go, guys. Here's the attendance code, and I'll leave that up for a minute or two. Just great information from Michael to be able to share all that. We really do appreciate it, and I think we need to be reminded of all that good software that that is available for us. Michael, any final thoughts as we close out?
No, I'm just happy that to be able to help you guys with this, and I look forward to the next time. And if you ever need some in-person stuff, Todd, let me know. I'd be happy to come out and work specifically with campuses or create groups that maybe need help. I can do that in person as well.
Oh, definitely. We've got plans, Michael. We got plans for the summer.
Excellent.
Thanks so much. Have a great Saturday.
All right, thank you. Y'all have fun. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm going to leave this up for about maybe 10 more seconds so that you can go ahead and grab this. Remember, it's really important that you take down these codes. The attendance codes will be live until midnight on Sunday evening. And then at that point, you know, you can still watch the videos, but you can't get the credit. One of the things that always happens, it happens almost every single event. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. I'm not going to stop talking. I'm going to stop sharing. All right, it happens almost every single event. Someone will email us and say, oh my gosh, after EdTech Live or after DLC or after the training, I had to leave. I had to go do something. And listen, we understand that, but you've got to remember to get that attendance in. And so I know maybe you might have been sitting for a while, whatever. Go ahead and get the attendance done right after this next session. So this next session, you do not want to miss. If you have not, so Canva, a lot of people have an idea of what Canva is, Canva for Education. But if you have not seen the whiteboard in Canva and how it can help with just collaboration and engagement, you're up for a real big treat. All right. So we have Amy DeLair coming up in actually 5 minutes. I'm going to stop talking so you can stretch your legs, go get a drink, go do something. I'm going to play the commercial for a few minutes, and then we'll be right back. Okay. You don't want to miss this next one. We'll see you real soon.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up. All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
Are you running out of room on your bookmarks bar? Let me show you a couple tips to save you some space. The first thing you could do is on your website, if you right-click on that one and click on Edit, you can actually remove the name of the bookmark and click on Save. Now you can see that I just have an icon without any words. That saved a lot of space. Another thing I can do is right-click and add a folder. If I add a folder, and I know a lot of my bookmarks have to do with, say, math, I can create a math folder and then click and drag to move them into the correct folder. Now, all of my bookmarks are contained inside of that folder, and all of that space on my bookmarks bar is available to save more bookmarks or create more folders. Hope this helps you organize your bookmarks bar.
All right, guys, we are back for our last session, and I don't want to say we saved the best for last, because I think we've had really great sessions already, but this one is going to be really cool, and I'm really excited about it. So Amy DeLair, we are Amy is a good friend of SciFair. Let me just say it that way. She's been in SciFair for, she's done face-to-face, she's done a lot of virtual for us. We're excited that she can be here today and share about Whiteboard. Amy, I'm glad that you're here. Are you ready to go?
Hi there, Todd. Yes, ready to roll whenever you are good to go.
Good to go. So I'll just tell everybody, as soon as Amy is done, we'll come back on and do some final housekeeping things. but you're gonna love this. So Amy, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to you and just let you go.
All right. Thank you so much, Todd, and your team for coordinating today and being here. Super helpful to have y'all. Making sure everything's running smoothly. And hello to everyone. Thank you so much. I know you've had already an amazing day of learning. So thank you for sticking around for the last session of the day, talking about Canva whiteboards. So as Todd mentioned, I have been with the Canva team since 2023. So I've had the privilege of working with Sci-Fair for a couple of years. Although you all are technically no longer my district, I love that I still have the opportunity to sub in and be able to work with your fantastic colleagues. I previously taught elementary school, and if I say morning, just give me a little grace. I'm joining you all from California here this morning, so I know you all have transitioned to afternoon, but still morning here for me. Before we hop in, I just want to take a moment and have everybody that's joining live from Sci-Fair log into your Canva account. Now, I realize not everyone joining the YouTube live is within Sci-Fair. So please take a moment. This next slide is if you don't have Canva for Education yet. Okay, so again, if you are in Sci-Fair, please log in with your mycfisd.net. And then you can log in with Google once you get to the Canva homepage. You can also log in via ClassLink. Again, what I'm showing you all on the page on this slide right here is for folks who may be joining who do not have a Canva for Education account. The reason I am putting this screen up first is because Canva for Education is 100% free. Again, within Sci-Fair, we've already set everything up. So this is for folks who maybe are joining from another district who don't have Canva for Education yet. You can get a free individual teacher account by going to canva.com/education. You can also scan this QR code here on the screen. If you want to get it set up for your whole district, just contact our team and we can do that for you all. So again, just taking a moment here to allow everybody, especially within Sci-Fair, to log into your Canva account. And I know Todd and his team are kind of monitoring the YouTube live chat. If you are within Sci-Fair and having any sort of login issue, please let the team know there. And I know they're incredible and they'll be able to help you troubleshoot. So without further ado, we're just gonna hop right on in today, because I know the majority of you all already kind of know about Canva for Education, and I really want to spend the majority of our time in Canva whiteboards playing and creating. I will say we will kind of wrap up kind of talking about whiteboard use case scenarios, so we'll come back to the slides a little bit, but we are gonna hop right into a collaborative whiteboard. So I know Todd and I believe Amy and Amanda are all here kind of helping out. So I have a collaborative whiteboard link that I emailed you all, Todd, and your team. It's the whiteboard icebreaker. If you could put that link into the YouTube live chat. We are asking for just about 25 to 30 people hopping in. So again, we're going to be putting that link into the YouTube live chat. The reason we're just asking for about the first 25 to 30 is because Todd and I, when we were kind of planning today's session, really wanted it to feel like a classroom. Yay! So I'm seeing some folks kind of hop in. I know there's a little bit of a delay from me presenting to YouTube Live. Oh, this is so awesome. So I'm thinking that not everybody who's watching live is going to be able to join, just because we do have kind of a limit within Canva Whiteboards of maxing out at 50 live participants. So I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds here. Yay, hello. Before I kind of start going over all of the goodness. So I do want to take a moment when you hop into this collaborative whiteboard space. You are within the Canva editor, and I gave you full editing access rights to this whiteboard. So if, for instance, you either delete something or edit somebody else's information by accident, remember, you can always select this back arrow here in your header bar, or hit Control Z as in zebra to reverse. So say, for instance, I had a sticky note and I deleted it by accident, just hit this back arrow and it will pop back up. Now, when you are in a Canva whiteboard, I just want to go over navigation first, and then I promise we'll get to our icebreaker question here. So I'm going to use my zoom toggle bar. So towards the bottom right-hand side of your footer, I'm going to zoom in. And the first thing that I kind of want to go to up here is this navigation tips. So depending on if you're using a Canva whiteboard, either on a laptop with a trackpad or more of a desktop setup with a mouse and kind of like a keyboard, a few kind of like tips and tricks when you're trying to navigate the whiteboard. So if you have more of a mouse and a keyboard setup, you can hold your space bar and then click on your mouse to kind of move your whiteboard view around. If you are using a trackpad, you can use two fingers, obviously, to kind of zoom in and pinch to zoom out. You can also use those two fingers on your trackpad to kind of navigate up, down, and all around on your whiteboard. You can also hit Control, Command, and scroll to zoom. And lastly, this is my favorite, right to the right of the zoom toggle bar, so where you zoom in and out, there's this zoom percentage here. If you ever get lost, I encourage you to hit the percentage and then just hit fit, and it will shrink everything back into your view, because I know sometimes there's a lot going on within the Zoom whiteboard. Okay, so we have a challenge question here. So I see that some folks are adding. I will say it might take a minute for whatever you're adding to kind of show up. So please be a little patient. I see that we have lots of kind of like brownies coming in. So do give Canva a moment sometimes to load, especially with all of us. And let's come up and read our icebreaker question together. So imagine you are going to create a process whiteboard or flow chart to describe how to make your favorite dish. So the first question is, what is the dish? And then what types of information would you be sure to include so others could understand how to properly make your specialty? So I know I didn't put this on the directions, and I'm already thinking about what I would change as folks are in here, but I would really like for us to practice using sticky notes. So there's two ways to get a sticky note in a Canva whiteboard. You can hover over the left-hand sidebar, and you can come to our element library and you can just select a sticky note. And a sticky note, it's going to be kind of small, so you're going to have to zoom in, is going to come into our whiteboard here. The other quick way to get a sticky note is to hit the letter S on your keyboard and a sticky note will appear. Now, I realize this sticky note text is really small. All the time we get people dragging the corner out to change the sticky note size, which is great. But when you drag the corner of a sticky note out, it doesn't actually change the font size. So what you need to do is put your cursor into the sticky note and then actually change the font size. So for me, if I was going to talk about making my favorite dish, maybe that's going to be some pesto pasta. Oops. And some things that I might want to include when I'm thinking about the flow chart here is maybe I want to be sure to include ingredients, directions. Maybe I want to include a video of myself kind of walking through that. And so that's all stuff that I can add either on the same sticky note or a different sticky note. Maybe I want to add some images of my pesto pasta. But please be patient as other people add in sticky notes. So as you can see here, sometimes you need to be really zoomed in to see your sticky note because they are small. So give yourself some patience and grace. Remember, if you delete somebody else's thing by accident, that's okay. So if I delete this sticky note by accident, no worries. I can hit this back arrow and it will come back up. Remember, put your cursor into the sticky note to then actually change the font size. Regardless of the size of the sticky note, the font is going to stay the same. So let's go ahead and I'm going to take, let's take about 3 minutes here. So again, if everybody who's in our collaboration could add a sticky note, be patient. Okay, I know we're in here playing around. Again, to add a sticky note, come to Elements on the left-hand side and select a fun sticky note color, or just hit the letter S on your keyboard and a sticky note will appear. I want to know what your specialty dish is. And if you were going to make like a whiteboard flow chart for somebody to understand how to make that specialty dish, what are you going to include? So let's go ahead and give folks about 3 minutes to play around. Maybe you're going to add in some graphics or pictures of that specialty dish. I can't wait to see what folks come up with. And then I'm going to show you a few things after we've had some time to play here. So 3 minutes, go ahead and play. I'll put on some music here. We have about a minute left. All right, so I see a lot of folks still moving and grooving. So perhaps we need one more minute here. So as you're kind of finishing up, I just want to talk about a few things. Oh my goodness, some of these recipes look amazing as well, or I should say specialty dishes. I'm noticing this taco soup down here, which looks delicious. I also, somebody else was talking about making, hold on, I'm gonna move this just a bit. I thought I saw something about some sort of apple pie situation. Oh yes, right here, it's coming in. Yay! So we've got some pie, a chicken tortilla soup, making sure they're including ingredients, cooking utensils, and cooking time. Oh, that's super important. I didn't think to include that. So this is why I kind of love a whiteboard. Not only do we all kind of get to show our personality and show up and share a little bit of ourselves, but I truly believe that we're better together. So lots of really fun ideas kind of coming through here. I will say it is, for a lot of us, the first time that we're kind of in a Canva whiteboard collaborating. And you can see how with all the people kind of moving around, it can be a lot. So if everybody, no matter where you are, could take a pause and bring your cursor over to the parking lot. So again, you're going to find the parking lot to the left of kind of like our icebreaker green space over here. It is okay if you haven't finished, okay? So I know folks are still working. Please don't stress. This was just a way for us to get in and begin to collaborate and play a little bit. So if you could please take, wherever you are, just take a pause. It doesn't need to be finished. I know we're all a work in progress, but if you could bring your cursor over to the parking lot. The way that we'll know you're in the parking lot is we can kind of see your name hovering in the parking lot area. Now, this is a really great way when you're thinking about, okay, what would this potentially be like to facilitate with students in the classroom? So maybe you gave them 5 minutes of working time and you said, put your cursor in the parking lot when you're done brainstorming, and all of your students have their cursor in the parking lot with, you know, a minute left. That's kind of telling you that nobody's really kind of adding more to their thinking right now. Maybe we can wrap this up a minute early because you're seeing all or the majority of your students' cursors over here in the parking lot. So this is kind of just one of those management strategies I just kind of wanted to show you all in terms of how do we kind of help our students if we're collaborating with a whole class or even small group of students. How do we help them kind of navigate a whiteboard and perhaps not feel so overwhelmed with all these different names and everybody kind of moving around? Now, I am going to try to do something. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go, so bear with me here. But again, if you could bring your cursor over to the parking lot, remember, it's okay if you're not done. I just want to demonstrate to you something that we're about to play with, and we're going to see kind of how this goes. Okay, so I'm going to highlight everything that we have so far in our whiteboard, and I'm going to have Magic Write generate. So all I did was click and drag across all of the content so far in our whiteboard. And in my floating toolbar up above, you're going to see our Magic Write pencil here. And Canva can generate a summary of this. So essentially, all of our content that we so far collectively have created. Let me see if I can make this bigger because I can barely read that. Oops. So we have a summary here. Let me zoom back out. So sometimes it is, you do have to kind of work with what you like best when it comes to kind of navigating and maneuvering in a whiteboard here. So we have some recipe ideas and details, and it would bring in students' names to kind of like summarize. We have cooking instructions and ingredients, and then miscellaneous notes from, there are several placeholder comments and empty notes saying, maybe students need more time. So again, this is just a really amazing way of how we've incorporated some of our AI components into our Canva whiteboards. Super helpful, at the end of a class brainstorm to have some AI help you kind of synthesize, and conglomerate all of those ideas and help you kind of sort through it all. And you don't necessarily have to do all of the manual sorting. So I just want to say thank you for your willingness to hop right on in and try a Canva whiteboard. We are going to transition a bit, and now we're each going to get our own copy of a whiteboard template so that I can demo and you can kind of play in your own space as well. So again, we're going to transition kind of into the next bit of our training here. Excuse me, where each one of us is going to get a copy of a whiteboard template link. And thank you to the SciFair team for popping that link. That's the second link that I sent Todd, popping that link into the YouTube live chat. Again, I know there's a little bit of a delay, so I want to give folks a moment to kind of find that link and open it. Once you click on the link, you'll come to a landing page where it says, hey, Amy made this template. Now you have to scroll down, especially if you're super zoomed in on your web browser, and say use template for new design. So again, you have to click this button in order to then get your own copy of the template. Okay. So again, each one of you is now going to have your own copy. So I'm going to be demoing some things and you're going to be playing along in your own version. Remember, because Canva saves automatically, once you pop open this template copy, it's automatically saved in your Canva projects on your Canva homepage. And you can always come back to this. So there's some great resources and links that I have for you on the final page. But I just wanted to let everybody kind of have their own space to play as well. So we are going to hop to page number 2. I do just want to point out one thing really quickly here. On page 1 of this template link, you can kind of see that there's when I have page 1 clicked on and highlighted, there's a solid purple line going around this page. That's indicating it's actually, I started in a presentation. And it has defined edges. Now, when you click on page number 2, this is kind of like our whiteboard where we're going to get to play. Again, you each have your own copy where you're going to play, but when you click on page number 2, you're going to see that dotted line going around that page, indicating that that's now a Canva whiteboard and we have infinite space. If you want to practice adding in your own page and your own Canva whiteboard, you can hover in between any 2 pages. You could add in a page here. You can collapse any page when you start in a presentation, or you could hit the 3 dots in the top right corner and expand any page in a presentation to a whiteboard. So just kind of wanted to show you all how I did that. I'm actually going to delete this page, but just kind of wanted to show you that there. So again, remember your zoom toggle bar is in the bottom right of your footer. Again, you can hold spacebar down and click if you're using a mouse, or use your fingers on your trackpad to zoom in. Again, I just wanted to point out I have the navigation tips here in the top left again as well. That special button is the zoom percentage button. If you get lost, just hit fit and everything will snap back into your view on your screen. Just wanted to go over some handy tips as well. Again, remember when you are in a Canva whiteboard, you can go to the Elements tab on the left-hand side, and you'll be able to find sticky notes and shapes and whiteboard graphics kind of preloaded here, which is amazing. You don't have to search for them. You can also hit S on your keyboard, and we're going to be going over all of the rest of this in a second here, but just kind of wanted to point that out. So in your copy of your Let's Try Canva Whiteboards template here, on page number 2, if you could zoom in to where it says to start here. So again, we are going to practice using sticky notes. Your challenge is to use at least 3 to 4 sticky notes, sharing ways you could use whiteboards in a classroom or with teachers during professional development time. If you're like, Amy, easy peasy, I could come up with, 3 or 4 sticky notes of that in 1 minute. Here's your challenge over here. Try changing the colors, fonts, and add stickers or reactions to your sticky notes. So you can add a sticky note, but you can also, once you've added that sticky note, obviously we've gone over how to change the font size, but you could also change the sticky note color. And you could even turn it into like a fun gradient color of a sticky note. You could play around with your font. You could play around with your font color. And you could also add in some whiteboard graphics and reactions. Again, I know that you're the only one in your whiteboard right now, but I just want to give you time to play. The other way to add in reactions is to click on a sticky note, select these, excuse me, it used to be nestled under here. Click on the sticky note, select the emoji here, and you can also leave reactions that way. So you can actually leave whiteboard graphics as well as actual reactions on the sticky note. Okay, so I said 3 minutes here, 3 minutes to practice leaving 3 to 4 sticky notes, sharing ways you could use whiteboards in a classroom or with teachers during professional development. Okay, 3-minute timer is on. All right. So again, you should have 3 to 4 of your own sticky notes on your own whiteboard. Remember, this is your time to click around, play, experiment, to leave kind of those emoji feedback. Remember, click on any sticky note, and then in the floating toolbar up above, you should see that emoji, and you're able to kind of leave those feedback emojis there. You can also, again, access whiteboard elements. Just think of them more as like graphic, kind of like stickers. So you can go to the Elements tab, just scroll down to Whiteboard Graphics, and you're able to bring those in as well. But what I want to demo really quickly before we take a minute to pause for attendance is what I demoed, not what I demoed earlier, sorry, please forgive me. Another component of Canva's AI that we've kind of incorporated into our Canva whiteboards. Now, this specifically works for stickies, so that's why I had you all use sticky notes and not necessarily just text boxes. So I hope that makes sense. But all I want you to do is click and drag to highlight your 3 to 4 stickies. So again, on your whiteboard, click, drag, and highlight the sticky notes that you came up with. And then all the way towards the top, in your horizontal toolbar, you're going to see this sort button here. Now, you can sort by color. So if you had students do something like start, stop, continue in different colored sticky notes, you could, instead of manually having to move those sticky notes all around your whiteboard, you could have Canva automatically sort it by color. You could also have it sort it by name. Again, I realize that this is just us in our own whiteboard, so that's not really going to help us. But if you're collaborating as a whole group, you could sort by name and see which students were coming up with which ideas. You could sort by reactions. To be clear, this is not the type of reaction, it's just the number of reactions. So just kind of keep that in mind. But what I want to show you is this sorting by topic. So when I click and select all of my sticky notes, and then I say sort up at the top by topic, Canva has sorted the sticky notes and then come up with these different topic categories. So for me, it was student engagement and feedback, planning and idea gathering, and teacher feedback and collaboration. So you can see how this could be super helpful when it comes to time saving, to be able to just click, drag across, highlight all of your stickies, or maybe you have your multiple spaces of your whiteboard and you only want to sort a certain kind of section or question, and Canva will sort that up and then come up with different kind of categories for those sticky notes. So we are super excited that that is one of our newest features, sorting sticky notes. I'm going to pause here and turn it back to the SciFair team to make sure that everyone gets a chance to grab that attendance code. So I'm going to stop sharing, and SciFair team, please take it away.
All right, there you go, guys. That's the last attendance code of the day. Like I've mentioned before, I'm going to do some housekeeping and just make sure everybody gets their attendance like you want it, like you should. And so at the end of Amy's presentation, if you'll just hang out, I'll go through a couple of things that'll just make it easier to ensure that you get your attendance. All right. So Amy, I love what you're doing here. I love the categories that it created for us, and just a really great way to be able to use the whiteboard and get exit ticket information, or use it in professional development. There's just a lot of ways. I know you're going to go through that probably in a little bit, but just a lot of good stuff there. All right, everyone, I'm going to leave this up for about 10 more seconds. And then we are going to go ahead and turn it back over to Amy. All right, Amy, are you ready to go?
Ready. Thanks so much, Todd, for the code. Okay. All right, y'all. So on your whiteboard template, again, if you're practicing your navigation, I'm gonna use my space bar and kind of, grab and move down to our next challenge down here. So this time we're using text boxes, not stickies. Share questions you have about Canva. Your challenge, if you are feeling like you need a bit more, can you find text effects? Try changing text and see what the paint roller does. So again, to add a text box, anytime in Canva, you can always hit the letter T and a text box will appear. I'm super zoomed in, so you do have to be pretty zoomed in a whiteboard sometimes. But remember, once that text box pops in, you can always change the font size really quickly. Here's our text effects. I know I said 2 minutes, but for the sake of time, I'm only going to give us about 1 minute for this one. I apologize. There's just a few more things I want to go over before we wrap up, and I want to make sure we end on time. So using text boxes, share questions that you might still have about Canva. Okay, 1 minute on the clock. Remember, you can select the text box icon on the left-hand sidebar here in the Canva editor, or hit that T on your keyboard. All right, so if you can find a good stopping place. I only got to 2 questions personally. Maybe you have a few more. But this is just what I wanted to show you all. This is actually what I showed you all last time. Again, you can click and drag now with text boxes, highlight the text boxes. And I just want to give you a chance to practice this. In the floating toolbar up above, so first click and drag and highlight. Hopefully you have at least kind of 2 text boxes like me. Highlight both text boxes and come up to your floating toolbar where you see the magic right pencil. And you could say create summary. And you can see here how Canva is going to create a summary of whatever text you may have on your whiteboard. So again, I know that this is really fast and I'm trying to show you all a lot, but remember, you can click and drag. In the demo that I did in our collaborative whiteboard, it was across some folks had text boxes, other folks had Post-it notes or stickies. So remember, you can click and drag and highlight all of them and still come up and use that magic right pencil and say, hey, Canva, please write me a summary of this. Okay. Let's transition down to our last kind of challenge down here before we go into use case scenarios. Oh goodness, in 7 minutes. All right, we can do this. All right, I want you to practice really quickly adding a shape because we now have what's called quick flow. So I could add in a circle shape. And each of our shapes, I gotta zoom in now. You can click right in the middle and begin to type in, maybe this is the beginning of my mind map, and we're starting a new unit on space. Now, I already have quick flow enabled, so let me show you what that means. When I click on this shape, it would allow me to kind of click this arrow in any direction, and then I'm able to add a new idea. So my topic is space, but that makes me then think of planets, which then makes me think of Earth. So you can see how it's super easy for me to kind of like get my thought process kind of flowing beyond Earth. You know, I could maybe go into all of my other planets. Saturn, and so on and so forth. The really cool thing here is this really allows students to kind of let their thinking flow. Now, if you don't see these arrows initially, when you click on your shape, that's okay. Just click on your shape and highlight it. select these 3 dots towards the right of this floating toolbar, and you should see the option to enable quick flow. So again, when you add a shape first, so all I did was go to Elements, scroll down to Shapes, and just select any shape. You can click See All and grab a fun shape. Pop it right into your design. But when you click on that shape, if you're not seeing those arrows pop up, select those 3 dots, scroll down to the bottom and say Enable Quick Flow. Now, the really cool thing is as I zoom out, if I'm moving my ideas around, my arrows kind of will move with it. I can, let me zoom back in so y'all can see this. I can also change my shape colors. So I could click on this and maybe turn this into a fun planet. So I would definitely have to change my font color so y'all can see that now. And I can change my line options here by just clicking on the line. I can change the line color. So maybe you can even make your line colors gradients now. So as the line moves, here, let me make this a brighter color so you can see how that kind of gradient through the line. And my favorite thing is you can double click on any line now and add in text. So again, it really allows students some creative ways to show their thinking process and truly like make that thinking and their thinking flow visible to their audience, to their teachers, to their classmates when they're explaining their thinking. So this quick flow shape is just a really amazing way. So I'm just going to give you about 30 seconds to play. I know I talked. Oh, goodness. Okay. 30 seconds on the clock of me not talking. And then we'll come back and finish up together. So again, if you could add a shape, enable quick flow. Play around with changing the shape color, the line color, double clicking in the middle of a line to add some text. Awesome. And I know we are down to the wire here, so I just want to show you all the next 2 pages. Page number 3 is just more, let me minimize that. Is just a bigger example of what I was showing you where it's already kind of pre-populated, where you can click and drag across all the stickies and then just practice using Magic Write to summarize, or you can now even generate a quiz. So if you had, students' ideas about what are the most important things that they learned at the end of the unit, and then you could have Canva generate quiz questions from that, which could be super cool because students could be involved in that quiz making process. But for instance, how's this weather that we're having? I could have Canva's Magic Write kind of summarize that. So again, this was just another place for you to play to see what it would be like to simulate that. I know we are down to the wire here. So as we're kind of wrapping up, I just want to point out that page number 4, and remember, this is yours to keep forever. It's going to be in your Canva projects, is all kinds of hyperlinks here. So our Canva teacher resource site is the first link. It's going to take you, we have teacher tutorial videos, Magic Studio guides, student-facing resources, lots of options there. But then I specifically, so you didn't have to like sift through everything, I hyperlinked all of our whiteboard specific resources. I also hyperlinked this session's participant guidebook where so you have to kind of click the link and then it shows up in a floating toolbar. But there's also kind of like a pre-recorded session of this. You can see all the slides. You can have whiteboard templates that our team has made. So again, lots of resources. I just wanted to give them all to you right away, and they're embedded in your own copy. So you can come back to this and easily find what you are looking for. I know that we didn't talk about, about use case scenarios, but I want to respect everybody's time. Just one thing I'll say really quickly.
Hey, Amy, if you need to go a few minutes longer, I mean, I really want you to hit this one. So if you're good, you're good.
Okay. I promise this will only be about like 2 minutes. But again, this is in the participant guidebook that again is linked on your 4th page. But I just wanted to show you kind of, how whiteboards could be utilized. I know we played and I gave you some tips and tricks, but when you're thinking, okay, perhaps, unit or course planning or some sort of gallery walk, creating a resource hub. So just thinking kind of outside the box in terms of a whiteboard when you have infinite space, what that could look like to utilize these whiteboards, because it can really grow as kind of like a resource hub throughout the year. It's going to be the same link over and over as a place that either students or families can return to. I really love whiteboards as a morning meeting option. I know not everybody has morning meeting, but as even like an icebreaker or a kickoff at the middle school, high school level, I love it as a way for students to practice polling or voting. So I've seen really cool icebreakers where teachers have students either upload a picture or they have like student avatars, and it's going to be like a this or that question to kind of start off the class, or more of like a spectrum question, like how strongly do you agree versus disagree? And then each student gets to kind of put their avatar across that spectrum there. I also think one of my favorites, and I forgot, here's a 4 corners kind of like icebreaker, where again, instead of physically doing 4 corners in your classroom, you could virtually do it and have students kind of choose their corner or camp depending on what the question or content area is. A class brainstorm, KWL charts as a whiteboard, where again, students wouldn't be limited by space. Students can bring in what they know, they can write. I love in whiteboards, students can ink, and students could potentially record themselves talking about what they know in the different categories, or going back and reflecting on how much they've learned since they filled in what they want to know at the beginning of a unit. We've seen classroom debates in whiteboards. The other thing I will say about this word wall is I acknowledge that this looks very elementary, but middle school, high school teachers, this could be a really powerful way for, students to hypothetically, grapple with some really tricky scientific vocabulary. So again, how could you give students a space, and this could be their own individual whiteboard, where they're going through the scientific vocabulary and they're having to kind of come up with how they would explain it, what the definition is. Is there a video that they could create that shows what this definition of gravity is, and all of these different kind of really tricky topics? But a Canva whiteboard would be an amazing place for a student to visually show their understanding, because they could bring in their understanding in a visual way. A timeline, and then lastly, Students could potentially use a whiteboard as a game board. So again, not being constricted by space. They could have some sort of learning showcase or kind of like virtual gallery, visual storytelling, a virtual exhibit. So lots of really fun visual ways for students to show what they've learned. You could create like a fake Instagram kind of like gallery if you were doing like a poster to have a poster as a summative assessment. Each student could then paste their poster into one of these Canva frames, and other students could give like fake Instagram feedback. You could use a whiteboard in the classroom for social emotional learning. This is more of kind of like a non-Instagram-esque, but more of like a gallery here. The other thing that's not really kind of outlined here, but I love a whiteboard when you're thinking about setting up like a summative student project, kind of like a project plan. I think back to how I used to give elementary students project directions, and I reflect on how I really was not supporting all of my learners, and it was very text heavy. And so thinking about how could you potentially chunk up a really large summative assessment into little bits and kind of create almost like a pathway for them, like turn it almost into a game, kind of like a game board in a whiteboard, and they get to kind of like travel to the next area of the game and kind of check that off the list next. And you can embed hyperlinks. You could embed you reading the project directions for that little bit. There's just so many things that you could do in a Canva whiteboard. Todd, I'm sorry I said 2 minutes, but I went 6. But that really is it, kind of talking about these use case scenarios here in the classroom. So thank you for those extra couple of minutes to squeeze that in.
No, it was good stuff, Amy. Thank you so much for that. You know, we've had some questions here about AI in the chat. We don't have AI turned on for students anywhere in CFISD, and that includes Canva as well.
Yes.
Some people were asking about, you know, are there guardrails? Like if Canva was turned on for students, are there guardrails, or, you know, are there hallucinations in Canva when you have that? I'm going to say my answer first, and then you can go ahead and share your piece or what Canva has. I think when you use AI, you always have to be considerate that, or considering that there could be hallucinations. You never take AI for exactly what it's worth. You need to look at it. You need to review it. You need to make sure that, you know, you're taking that piece of writing or whatever it's putting out and really working with it. You never take a piece of AI and then throw it into whatever work you're trying to do. You need to use that carefully. But just wanted to give you a moment to, do you have any insights on that, Amy?
Sure. I will say that Canva for Education specifically has a lot of kind of like EDU specific guardrails that they put into their AI kind of ecosystem. The other thing that I like to point out is I know that AI is turned off for your students, but teachers still have access to it across the district. And the other thing I will say is that Canva as an organization uses no data from our education, I don't want to call you all customers, accounts to kind of train our AI, if that makes sense. So all EDU teachers, like you asking it to help you create lesson plans or whatever that may be, it's not storing any of that like other AI platforms do. So we're not looking to benefit or monetize anything when it comes to our EDU accounts using our AI components. So I hope to a certain extent that gives folks a little bit of understanding in terms of how Canva for Education approaches AI, that we're not looking to make money off of our teachers using this.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I appreciate that little bit of information there. as far as how Canva does theirs. And, we look into all the other Chat GPT and Gemini and Claude
Sure.
and all those other ones. But we appreciate that information. Well, Amy, that was great. And I'm looking forward to hearing from teachers how they're using the whiteboard in Canva, and even, how we can use that in professional development. I think it's really great to do that. Thank you for waking up early or giving up your Saturday morning with us,
No
although we're
worries.
in the afternoon. We really appreciate that, and we appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Todd and the SciFair team. Have a lovely rest of your Saturday.
You too.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Hey guys, I wanted to share really quickly. So if you are about to go and put in your attendance codes, we have two. It's very important. We have two, one that's out of district and then one that's in district. And so I just want to point that out. I know that as they're putting those they're putting the links in the chat, please make sure that you click on the right one. That's how we get you credit. If you are in district and you put in your information, so I'm going to just scroll down here. If you only attended two, all you need to do is put in 1 and 2, right? You don't have to, if you attended session 1 and 4, you don't have to put in session 1 up here and then scroll down here and put in session 4 down here. Just put them in 1 and 2, just back to back. That will be helpful. Again, if you are in the district in CFISD, we will deal with this on the back end. We will go ahead and put that into professional learning. You need to just give us a little bit of time because it takes some time to do it all on the back end, right? So just please give us a little bit of time, be patient with that. If you are out of district, you will get a certificate. Only if you're out of district, people, listen, only if you're out of district, you get a certificate with the amount of hours that you'll be able to share with your professional learning team so that you can get hours in your school district, all right? If you are in CFISD and you just accidentally put it in out of district, you can go ahead and put it in district, and we'll just cancel out your out of district and kind of do it that way. All right. So just wanted to point that out to you. Please, please, please. I'm just looking to see how many people we have on. Still have a lot of people on. Please just knock it out right now. Just go and put in your codes right now so that you can go ahead and get credit so you don't wind up later on missing out on that. Okay, as you're doing that, maybe you're listening to me, hopefully. I am going to share this out. It's kind of like a save the date type thing. We have more training, more EdTech training. We're going to have in person. So sometimes, I love virtual training. I love being able to stop and rewind and go back and all that. Not only that, we have the videos to be able to, to watch it whenever. But if you are somebody that loves in-person training, we are going to have that July 14th through the 17th. So just be ready. There'll be more information as we go out, as we get closer to the end of the school year. But those are the days that we are going to be able to set aside for in-person training. And we will have a lot of different sessions coming, and it will be face-to-face. It'll be great. And then we have our virtual DLC, July 22nd through the 23rd. That's always a great time. It's 2 days of like nonstop learning, and you can get a lot, up to 8 hours a day, 16 hours to kind of kick off your school year and get all that great learning in right before the school year kicks off. So just wanted to share that information with you. All right. I think that's it. I think I've kind of covered everything there. I don't think there's anything else that I need to cover. Not that I'm remembering there. And so we'll just do that. Listen, if you are watching this at the end and maybe you have a friend or someone who needs to get some hours, this will be open. They can come and check out the YouTube video and get credit all the way up to Sunday night at midnight. But make sure that, remind them, you got to turn in, your attendance codes. You got to do the attendance codes in the form. All right, guys. Well, listen, from SciFair EdTech team, I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Saturday, where, Saturdays are important to us as educators. We rest, we refresh, and all of that. And so it means a lot to us that you took a little bit of time to hang out with us. Hopefully it was a benefit to you, and it was a blessing for you there. I'm going to go ahead and end it there, and we'll end the live stream and all that good stuff. And we will catch you on the next one. All right. Have a great weekend.